we are going to call this special meeting, aka committee as a whole, to, so if everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. Please keep all our servicemen throughout this great country in your thoughts tonight. So, I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Jackie, if we could have the roll call, please.
Mayor Velardo?
Here.
Vice Mayor Parrish?
Here.
Mr. Price?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Ms. Barney? Here. Ms. Cooper?
Here.
Ms. Russell?
Here.
With that, before we get started, we are going to go right into the committee as a whole. So for the purpose, even though that's why we're here, I just want to make it very clear that we're here for committee as a whole. So if I would like to, for the sake of transparency, that we are here for as committee as a whole to discuss numerous items. So can we have a motion to move into committee as a whole?
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
All right. Typically, we don't have council comments before, so if anyone is not opposed, we will move right into discussion. We'll have lots of discussion about everything.
Can I make a quick,
Sure.
I feel a little bit of whiplash with the changing of the agenda, and I don't know if people were here at 6 o'clock for which agenda.
We are going to discuss,
Are you guys-
Friday's agenda, and we're going to start with the management essentials. It would be the first topic that we're going to discuss.
At 6 o'clock?
Yes. That was the Friday agenda that came out.
But that's not what we have in front of us.
I know. If you'd, we are going to modify that, and again, in keeping with
Okay, no, I'm just
a
wanting
committee
to-
as a whole, we put out items, not necessarily in the order that we're going to discuss them, but we list every item. So they are all listed throughout the night. The whole purpose to have this 6 o'clock meeting is to go through a very large agenda for the sake of efficiency and to make sure everyone can be heard in a timely manner. And so we are going to go through every item, whether it's at the 6 o'clock hour or at the 7 o'clock hour. We will adjourn here at 6:50 for the purpose to regroup, start the regular meeting at 7 p.m., and then we will go back into the committee as a whole to get through every item that is on our list tonight. So this being a committee as a whole, I'll turn this over to our city manager to discuss the first item, which will be the city managers to amend the contract with Management Essentials for marketing and professional supplies. First of all, this is a committee as a whole. Everyone will have an opportunity to discuss it. Please be seated. Please be seated.
Hold on a second,
yeah.
because there's also no room on this version of the committee of the whole for any public comments. We did put this in, I kind of have a problem with the statement of we put things on agendas, not necessarily in the order that they're going to be discussed, because everybody thought after the whiplash that this was going to be the last thing discussed during the 7 p.m. hour, because that's where it pretty much sits on the agenda. So the problem that I've got here is this is a big controversial issue, and it has been back and forth, and there's been all this wishy-washy back and forth from the city, which this is so problematic for me moving forward with this, right? Because again,
We are just going to discuss it as committee as a whole. All voting and all comments will be done during our regular meeting.
so there'll be no recommendation for ordinances to be drafted between now and the public
Absolutely, there
comment?
will be, just like there would be as any committee as a whole. but we do that as a course of business every time. Every time in a course of business.
So you guys are violating.
And sir, we will ask you to leave. We will ask you to leave. You are, hey, do not.
There is no violation of special meeting law. There is no violation of notice. All that we're simply doing is, as the mayor is saying, putting the items on the agenda for the committee of the whole. Then they'll be recommended, then they'll be voted in the regular meeting, standard process. There was some concern raised by a resident about the agenda that was sent out today at 9 a.m. So we're doing the Friday agenda, so anybody who looked at the Friday agenda has notice and can operate, and that's exactly what's going on. So there is no change from the Friday agenda. There's no issue. We're going to proceed that way, and that's not a violation of 3.06F. It's not a violation of Rule 9 of the council rules. If there's no room to sign in, then I'm sure we can I'm not going to talk for the mayor, but I'm sure you can sign your name and you'll have an opportunity to speak, sir.
There's no place to do that.
Right there, sir.
And I don't have the current agenda.
But it wasn't up there.
This is not Friday's agenda.
This is the
This
agenda
is
that
the
came out
9 a.m.
today.
this
This is the
morning.
9 a.m. agenda, but there was question about.
Somebody raised an issue as to whether or not the 9 a.m. agenda was lawful or not. I think it is, but rather than have an argument about it or a transparency argument that people were going to naturally raise, we went to the agenda that's there Friday, that's been there for 72
But why
hours.
don't I have that right here?
I don't know.
I'm a council person, and I don't know what the heck's going on.
Well,
I don't know in what order we're going to be talking
don't
about
know.
things, because again, I don't have the correct agenda. I've got one that was put out this morning at 9 a.m. If we're going to go off the Friday agenda, at least as a
I'll
courtesy.
gladly go off but we were doing that.
I don't want to go off the 9 a.m. one if
Yeah.
there was a question, which
Yeah.
I don't blame that question at
Yeah.
all, because I would have had the same question.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is, if we're going to go through things in a certain order, it would have been nice to be notified that we're going by Friday's agenda prior to showing up here, right? And then it also would be nice to have things in front of me in the order in which we're going to discuss them, right? Because we're going to discuss all of this stuff. I'm not debating that, but you could hop all over this thing, and if, again, this is a special meeting starting an hour earlier, so it's making it harder for people to get here.
Strictly for a committee as a whole.
And we're going to bump the most controversial issue that this community has right now to the very first thing in a meeting where people are going to struggle to get here on time. I struggled to get here on time. Luckily, I was early, but any normal day when we're not in summertime, I would have been here pushing 6 o'clock,
it's the first thing on the agenda for Friday.
which I don't have in front of me.
I don't
Okay, well-
either. We don't have Friday's agenda.
Okay, well,
I don't have Facebook.
So, for the council as a whole, what item would you all like to discuss first?
The consultant.
Hey, we're not asking. I'm sorry. Sorry, you all will have an opportunity. Please respect the process of what we are doing here tonight. So the public comments will be in order, but this is the business meeting, this is the committee as a whole for this council to discuss. Public participation will not come from the audience at this point. So thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
You just asked, what is it that we want to discuss
Yes,
first?
yes.
I'd like to ask the general public.
No,
What-
no, that's not the way things are done. This is the order of business. This is the order of business and the council as a whole. So the council will discuss items that are on here. I'm more than willing to have items that are on the list. Every item that we have on the list will be discussed tonight.
Okay,
Let's
for
talk
the-
about road resurfacing.
For the benefit of the people that have arrived, I'm assuming they're here to discuss, to hear us discuss management essentials and the CRAs.
But
Based on that, then I recommend that's what we start with.
I'm 100% okay with that. Yeah,
As long as that's legal.
yeah.
it is.
I would see us put the more routine business of the city first, because again, with the kind of flip-flop of agendas that the general public had their hands on, and what people are here to, I would, again, I would almost go elevator, road resurfacing, the exact way it was on the agenda that came out
That
today.
was my intention, is why that came out this morning, so we could get all the non-items off the thing.
Okay, but
when the-
if that was
when-
your intention and we can hear them in any order, then let's go with your intention and hear the elevator, the road
Absolutely,
resurfacing, all this
absolutely.
inconsequential stuff first.
I agree.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I agree.
Have in front of us, yeah.
let's go.
Yep.
All right, I believe it's the, if you go through everyone's packet, the elevator. Yeah.
Yes. Alrighty, thank you. First on the agenda is the elevator contract. We have 4 different elevator companies. Council has previously, we previously sent to council TKE, which is who we use to service our elevator. Our elevator is certainly in need for updating, repair. It's broken down several times. We sent this through council, and once it was passed, it was determined that about $30,000 to $40,000 worth of fire suppression was left off of the quote itself. So, due to that, we decided to seek more quotes from different businesses. And with that, we arrived at Bush Brothers Elevator Company, which gave us a quote at $90,449. The previous quote was about $120,000. So this is obviously a significant savings. It includes everything that we need to actually complete the elevator repairs, and this would allow for us to keep moving. So this is simply, it would repeal the previous contract. We would then go with, my recommendation is the Bush Brothers Elevator Company. It would save us about $30,000, and that way we can keep moving on this.
Any discussion?
That includes-
Hallelujah.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Hallelujah, we're getting the
Oh,
elevator
Yeah,
fixed.
yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a need. We've been lucky here recently, and I'll knock on wood, but it's broken down several times, certainly last year, quite often.
And we had budgeted for this anyway.
And it's less, that's a good thing.
Correct, yeah.
Unless anybody else has any questions, I would go ahead and recommend the law director draft an ordinance repealing ordinance 26-435 and authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Bush for safety and modernization upgrades to the city hall elevator. Yeah. Second.
Ms. Barney,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Yes.
Mr. Velardo.
Yes.
Mr. Parrish.
Yes.
Ms. Russell.
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to the Claremont County Board of Commissioners and Engineer contract for the 2026 road resurfacing program. As a friendly reminder, we partner with the county to do our street resurfacing, and why that's important is it helps spread costs, not only in terms of the actual repairs, but also the contingencies. It just gives us an overall more competitive rate. So yearly, we have to pass the agreement to take part in that program. In the packet itself, you have the actual agreement, and then behind that, you've got the roads in which we are going to be paving, or as part of that agreement. The only one that is on that sheet that has been, and you'll see it clearly marked with X's, which is Mohawk Trail. We'll push that one to next year due to budgetary reasons. We just simply didn't have enough in the budget to complete that. That's a rather expensive fix.
And this keeps with our, I think it's a 5-year plan that we have.
Yes.
As far as which roads have been identified and,
Correct.
Yeah.
It follows the 2022 pavement study. So we certainly look at that every single year. Now, that was done in '22, so naturally, each year we go and inspect the roads to make sure there's some that maybe scored a little bit better on that sheet that need to be moved up, or worse, that need to be moved up in the schedule. But we look at that pavement study and then fit it within the budget itself.
and within the budget amount that we discussed during the budget season.
Correct.
Any other comments?
Do we publish this so people know when their street?
Yeah, so that, once we have a better idea, last year they hit us about September. We can't obviously control when we get on there. And then from there, we'll start to notify when we expect the road paving.
Okay.
I would recommend that the law director draft an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with the Claremont County Board of Commissioners and the Claremont County Engineer in the amount of $238,076.82 to participate in the 2026 Claremont County Road Resurfacing Program.
Second.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to the catch basin at Chamber Drive. This is the catch basin that's near the roundabout. This is certainly in some disrepair. It's obviously a busy area. We've received several quotes for this, with Adlita being the most competitive and the lowest one at $20,000. This is important not only because it's deteriorating and is in bad shape, but also because Chamber Drive is on the paving list, so it makes sense to complete that in advance of that paving. Like I said, there's other quotes within the packet from Carter and Tri-State, but this is certainly the lowest. We had one that we didn't even throw on here because it was just like double or triple the price, so.
And they've done multiple work in and around the city, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
How often does something like that need to be replaced?
That's a good question. I don't know that off the top of my head.
I mean, is this that old? I guess I'm asking.
It's old. Since I've been here, I think.
Yeah, I don't know that we've ever replaced it,
Oh,
Kathy.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't believe.
So it's not new like the roundabout is new?
No,
Yeah,
no,
okay,
no.
okay.
And again, don't quote me 100%, but
But it's-
in the years I was on county, and probably since you guys have been on county, I know we've never addressed this or whatever,
Okay.
so.
We
Yeah.
rebuilt one in-house earlier this year. Other than that, I don't think we've
Okay.
done one since I've been here.
Unless anyone has any other questions, I would go ahead then and recommend the law director draft an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Adlita Inc. for the replacement of the Chamber Drive catch basin in an amount not to exceed $20,000.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to the ordinance with Atkins and Stang for the 5 Points Landing electrical upgrades. This is something we've discussed several times, really. The map is provided in council's packet as a map. Those actual outlets will be pushed a little bit further down on the sidewalk, closer to the entrance off of Main Street there. But the whole objective is to place electrical along the sidewalk to better facilitate some events, such as, say, the farmer's market. It would allow for people to have access to electricity along that sidewalk. So provided in the packet is the map as well as the price for the work that needs to be completed. And my recommendation is go the correct way. And that makes the boxes, you can see at the top of the map, they'll be flush with the ground, so that way we don't have to weed eat or worry about running over the electrical. But that would place electric along the sidewalk and would allow for people to take advantage of that. And this would be taken out of the grant money for the 5 Points.
So when you said your recommendation is the one that's $17,423?
Correct.
Unless there are any questions, I would recommend that the law director draft an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Atkins and Stang for the 5 Points Landing electrical upgrades in an amount not to exceed $17,423 each.
Second.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price? Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to the auditor of state contract. We get an audit bi-yearly. This year we're on 24-25. This is simply the contract to engage with the state auditor's office to complete the audit. Once again, this is something that comes through council bi-yearly. And then, once they complete the process, they'll release the results. Council then have the opportunity to have an exit interview if there's anything, if council deems that necessary, and then that would be open to the public.
And we fund this
Correct.
completely? There's
Yep.
no, no.
No, we pay for 100% of it. Similar to JEDs, you know, they go through several different things, but this is our main city accounts.
Any other comments?
And it's in the budget.
Yes.
It is, yep, yep.
In that case, I would recommend the law director draft an ordinance authorizing an agreement with the auditor of the state of Ohio regarding the audit of the city of Milford.
Second.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Alrighty, that,
Concludes, our whole order. Keeping with the agenda, and since we have nothing else posted on this agenda, I would entertain a motion to adjourn committee as a whole.
So moved. Second.
All right, we will reconvene at 7 PM. meeting to order. We're going to have everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and another moment of silence.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Jackie, may we have the roll? House here tonight. I think they're all here for Sergeant Belcher. So we appreciate everyone being here to send off a longtime faithful employee. So we're going to start with the proclamation with Sergeant Belcher. If you would come in with your, you can have your family come in.
Thank you.
Gather around. Why don't you guys kind of flank around one way or the other? Who took that picture? Isn't that a good picture? You know that guy? Yeah, yeah. So I'll take a point of personal privilege here. Sarge, I believe it was 27 plus years ago, right, when we first met? So 1999. I think I'm still a couple days older than you, but again, you have faithfully served this community, and we can't say enough accolades for all that you've done. And I know your family has, put up with the city of Milford and been very supportive. So I'm going to take this opportunity to read. 27 years ago, I didn't need these glasses to read this, by the way. Whereas Sergeant Keith Belcher has dedicated 27 years of exemplary service to the Milford Police Department and the citizens of our community. And whereas Sergeant Belcher has demonstrated versatile leadership, rising from patrol officer and detective, and then his promotion to sergeant in 2011. He has served with distinction as a patrol supervisor and the dedicated coordinator and supervisor of the Honor Guard and training team. He has shared his expertise as a certified armorer and skilled instructor in both firearms and defensive tactics, ensuring the safety and readiness of his fellow officers. His bravery and commitment to excellence have been recognized through the prestigious MPD Medal of Valor and Physical Fitness Medal. Sergeant Belcher has prioritized professional development, earning his associate's degree in criminal justice from the University of Cincinnati and graduating from both the Supervisor Training Education Program, STEP, and the Police Executive Leader College, PELC. It is my great honor, along with all my council members, Sergeant, to present you with this proclamation for an incredible 27-year career. And I would also like to note that his first act of retirement is he's going to come back and work night security at Frontier Days. So, round of applause.
So I just wanted to say one thing real quick before I sign off. 2 weeks ago, I was passing out road closure signs for the Frontier Days parade, letting people know. So, 6 o'clock dinner time, almost every person that was home came out and said, "Hi, how you doing?" No scowls, no "what are you doing" like that you see on social media. Everybody welcomed me, and I thought, I'm not from Milford, but this community, if you do this job right, they will wrap your arms around you and treat you like family. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Mayor, if I may, just briefly, you guys hear me talk often about our core values of do the right thing at the right time, in the right way, and for the right reason. That man right there exemplifies that, so very proud of him. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a presentation now from Dan Dieters from the Energy Alliance, presenting facts and information regarding a gas and electric aggregation program.
And
This is purely for information and discussion.
And if council will pull up this presentation, this is what he'll be discussing.
Good evening, council. Thank you for having me out here. My name is Daniel Dieters. I work as an aggregation consultant with Energy Alliances to help communities manage their energy process and help their residents save money. There's only one reason to do aggregation, and that's try to save money for your residents. Do you just have it or in front of you?
Yeah, we have it, yes.
Okay. So Energy Alliances has been doing municipal aggregations since 2005. We manage 60 municipalities, about 100 actual gas or electric aggregation programs. Some of your neighbors that are working with us are Miami Township, Union Township, Anderson, Sims, Sycamore. Sycamore's a little bit further, but you got a big crowd here. I'm going to try to move through this pretty rapidly.
Okay.
So you'll see our footprint on the third page of how many communities we have in the area. And the next slide is basically a retail energy overview. It's generators, suppliers, or producers are the people that make electricity and supply the gas to Duke. The local utility is obviously Duke. The end users are your residents, small businesses in Milford. Basically, a municipal aggregation program is where we form a buying group with this community and sometimes other communities to try to pool energy together, similarly sized communities, to pool energy and to get a better price for the residents and small businesses. It's governed by the Public Utilities Commission, but if you do not have an energy program, the Public Utilities Commission basically governs your whole price right now and have been forever. And some folks say, okay, I don't want the government getting in the middle of this. Try to get an interview or a sit down with somebody from the PUCO about your rates. So what we do is we come in and we help Milford get it on the ballot and start these programs. Duke Energy still does all the billing. You can do even billing. They handle all problems. If there's a power outage, they do that. This has nothing to do with any of the service for your power or your natural gas. So when you have an issue, a billing issue, when you have a outage issue, that will still be Duke. And you can still budget bill, and if anybody knows what net metering is, we will also be able to do net metering, which is for the folks that have solar panels, things like that. So who's eligible in the community? Anybody that's already not with a third party will be eligible to come into the program. What we'll do is we'll get that list from Duke once we get the process started, and we can tell you who is eligible and what the pricing will be, and that's pretty far down the road. Anybody that doesn't want to be involved in the program, there is a do not aggregate list that you can fill out with the Public Utilities Commission, and we will not contact you in any way, shape, or form. This is a value add for residents. This kind of savings that we've saved over these years, it's in the millions and millions of dollars for communities. Those dollars stay in communities, and you know, nobody's saving $20 a month and then just socking it away. They're spending it, you know, an extra lunch or things like that a lot of times. If you've ever been on the PUCO's apples to apples list, that's pretty confusing, and a lot of the terms and conditions are a gotcha at the end of the program. So you have to be careful shopping on your own as to, is there a termination fee? Is there an automatic rollover, an automatic enrollment? So folks that are shopping on their own really have to be on their toes. So the price certainty that we can provide versus the utility is going to be a winner, or else we're not going to start any kind of a program. So it's not mandatory. It's not always the best option for residents because you can actually go out and find really, really good numbers out on that PUCO list. The problem is what happens at the end of that term. At the end of that term, you better be on the ball to be able to either move it or cancel it or stop it. Otherwise, they're gonna re-enroll you at a significantly larger rate. So you gotta be really careful with shopping when you're out there. But what we do is we ensure a good price against Duke. Note the terms and conditions are favorable to the end user, not the supplier, the person supplying the energy. So there are no termination fees. You can come and go from the programs as you like. You can start in the program, say, you know what, I don't want to do this, get out of it, and say, you know what, I made a mistake. You can come back in at the original price with no fees of any kind at all times. So as the market rates change and it's pretty volatile right now, this offers a pretty big price protection and stability to the residents. So what do we do that's kind of different than other folks that do this? First of all, we're the only one in the Cincinnati area that does this. We provide our own customer service. So if your resident has a question and calls Energy Alliances, they're likely to get me answering their question. We're not going to put you in some phone bank. We're not going to put you in, some long telephone line to try to get to somebody that knows what they're talking about. They'll get to me or somebody like me that can help them expedite their problem and fix it right away. So that is our job. That is what we do. We're the only broker that I know of that does their own customer service. A lot of these brokers will just forward you to the supplier and their customer service hotline. We don't do that. So where do you go? How do you start an aggregation? It's got to go on the ballot. The community has to approve it. What do we do as a partner? We help you get that information out there as to what these programs are. At no cost to Milford, we pay for everything. We make sure folks know what the issues mean. The language can be confusing on the ballot because it's a standard Secretary of State type language that has already been approved, and it talks about forming the aggregation group within your city. And we make sure everybody understands what that is. And we've won probably 98% of our ballot issues over the last 20 years. We've not lost one in a city this big, so hopefully that doesn't change. So then, once the ballot issue passes, we do all the PUCO work to get you certified, and all at our cost, no cost to the city again. And then, once we get through that, get Milford certified, we'll do an RFP process. And then, when we get the prices back, I'll come to you and I'll give you a scorecard with the prices, the terms, the conditions, everything like that, and this body will make the decision on whether to go forward. So if we go through the ballot issue, the certification process, all the way to the altar with the pricing, and this body says, you know what, we don't want to do it, that's okay. At least you're certified, at least you'll have all the information. An aggregation program and the certification process are two different things. So they are mutually exclusive. We have programs that come and go. We're stopping 2 programs right now because the Duke price is not as good as the prices that are in the open. It's a little bit better than the open prices that we got on the market. So we have 2 communities that we're going to put on hold in the next month, and we don't feel like we should put a program together if it's not going to save residents money, because it doesn't do me any good, and it certainly doesn't do the residents any good. So if you look in the next couple of pages, you'll see a sample report of what we send the administration here. This is a pretty small one, pretty short one from Miami. We have, for places that we've been in much longer, they're much more comprehensive and a little bit longer. You have a web page on our web page that gets folks the correct information and then directs them to us. So you can link that to your web page so that your administration is not having to answer all these questions. We do all that. So, couple of things. It's just important to get certified. You control your program. It is your program. It's not Energy Alliance's program. Some brokers make themselves the aggregator. We don't do that. Milford is the aggregator. All we do is assist you to get this program up and running. The last thing I will say is a lot of times people are a little bit apprehensive about this stuff. And I will tell you right now, we have communities that are trying to get their aggregation programs up and running because Duke has just changed how they procure their natural gas. So it used to be a situation where they would try to buy it but as much as they can at the cheapest price, and then they would use it till it's gone, and then they keep doing that until you know, and the price changed every year, every month. It still does change every month. They've moved to a market-based price. So the price of gas, so this January, if the price of gas is 50 cents a CCF, they're going to add what they call an adder for supplier costs, which is 40 cents. So the cheapest price in December, it'll be 92 cents. Last year, it was about 65. All of our communities are sitting right now at about 63, and they will go, there's a new contract coming in October, and we think we'll be in the low to mid 50s. And I am predicting that the Duke natural gas price will be in the $+ range in the wintertime. So this is actually, we've never seen this in the gas program. This is real money. This can say, if folks are using 100 CCF in January, which that's not that much, that's $50. So that we're gonna be saving folks. Anderson Township just signed their first aggregation deal. We've been their broker since 2017, and they never really wanted to do gas because of the unpredictability of the market. They just did it. So folks are jumping on, and thanks for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of questions.
I know.
And I know I've seen other communities benefit from this, so thank you. And I know we'll have, you know, further discussions and have you back, and, you know, as we move forward.
Can I ask you a quick one?
Sure, you can ask, yeah.
Yeah, are you a for-profit or a nonprofit, or what do you get?
I'm
out
a
of this?
for-profit. We get how we're paid, and when we get to the pricing portion, I will tell you exactly how much we're making on it. We usually do about 0.0005 a kilowatt hour. So that's a half of a thousandth of a cent per kilowatt hour. So that's, and we can talk about that
Sorry,
as we go
I didn't know if you were
along.
nonprofit or for-profit or what.
No, we're for-profit. We're for-profit.
All right. Any other questions we have?
I would just like to add one
Sure,
thing. I
absolutely.
was able to meet with Mr. Gunderson last year,
Yeah.
and we started, and I don't know how many folks were on council and who was not on council. The facilities in Milford were not on a third-party supplier. And when we just started in November with gas and electric. When we start getting those numbers in, we're about 3 to 4 months behind getting information from Duke, just because they have to bill it, collect it, all that stuff. Mr. Gunderson's contracts that he signed are probably going to save you somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 to $80,000 in Milford's buildings. So I reached out to him when he found out that he was not in any third-party deal. We immediately got to work, and he's pushed us to make sure that we got the facilities the best price we could.
All right. Very good.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You can ask Mr. Pacheco. We work a little bit together.
Yeah, yeah,
What a good job we do.
yeah.
That was your kiss of death, right?
Yeah.
I know. Thank you so much. I
Dan, thank you
appreciate
very
the time.
much.
Thank you.
All right, next up on presentation, we have the esteemed pleasure of having our Hamilton County Auditor, Jessica Miranda. I believe I saw her in the back. If you'd come up and make a presentation. For those of you who may or may not realize, we do have a portion of the city of Milford in Hamilton County, so thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor, and esteemed council folks up on the dais, as well as the administration of the City of Milford. I greatly appreciate the time that you're allowing me on your agenda this evening. And I was going to also allude to that fact that a lot of people are probably wondering why the Hamilton County Auditor is here in Milford. But I'm proud to let you all know that we have approximately 90 parcels or 90 properties that fall under our jurisdiction as the Hamilton County Auditor that are located here within the City of Milford. So we are embarking on what's called our auditor, a fun pun on words there, if you will, and we are traveling around to every single one of the municipalities that we have parcels in and or have the honor of representing in Hamilton County. So again, thank you for the time. Can I have someone click on that presentation for me? Or do I click on it with this? Oh, okay. What button? Any specific button? Maybe the one that looks like a computer?
Technical advisor. We're still a little outdated technology-wise.
Hey, that's all right. This is way more advanced than most, so. Ah, it's a smart board. Had I known that, I would have just went up and touched it.
Jackie, what would we do without you?
Yes. Well, while Jackie's getting that set up, the presentation that I am about to give you folks, you also have a paper copy in front of you tonight. We've also provided you with a brochure that lists all of the services that our countywide executive office offers, the constituents here in Milford as well as the entire county of Hamilton. And I'm going to try to zip through this as quickly as possible for you tonight. That way you can get to the rest of your regular agenda. Hey,
Great.
Connor. Would you mind coming up and hitting the PowerPoint instead so that Adobe free trial doesn't continue to pop up?
Yeah.
It's a touch screen. By the way, this is
That's right.
Connor Morton, my
Van
esteemed
Hoyt.
Director of Public Affairs. There we go. Thank you.
Might be.
And then the clicker should be working just fine. There we go. All right. So for those of you who may not know me, which by the way, Mayor, I had the privilege of seeing you often when I served in the Ohio State House. So thank you for your over 3 decades of service in the fire business. We appreciate that. But I served for about 5.5 years in our state capitol, serving as a lawmaker for District 28, which is in Hamilton County. 5.5 years in the State House is really like 50 years in human years. So I'm proud to be standing in front of you in one piece and with all my hair still intact. So prior to that, I served for 5 years on my local school board, which is the Winton Woods City School District. So all of this to say that as a leader, it's very important to me the different levels of government and the relationships and therefore the bridges we build between us, because I am a firm believer in everyone who serves in local government, state and county government, and even up to federal government. If we are all working together, that is the best outcome we could possibly give to our shared constituencies. And with that, I want to talk a little bit about the auditor's responsibilities, just to correct the record and educate some folks here in the audience and whoever may be watching this after the fact. But the easiest way to think of your county auditor in this type of a county-wide position is to think of us as the chief financial officer of the county. We pay all of the county's bills, so every department that falls underneath the county board of commissioners, we are accounts receivable and accounts payable for them. We are also the statutory payroll agent for our county's over 5,000 employees. Not sure how many employees Claremont County has, but Hamilton County, we're the 3rd largest county in the state, so we got quite a few employees serving the folks in our county. We are also mostly known for being the real property assessor in the county, so we also, on a statutory schedule, appraise and set values for properties in our county and the ones that we have here in Milford. We are obligated to assess value at what's called FMV, or fair market value. All of that to say that if the market is doing great, home values are going to be great. If the market isn't doing so good, home values will fall. And so they very much follow the market values that are going on in each different pocket of the county. We're also 1/3 of the county's budget commission and 1/3 of the county's board of revision. We administer 3 very important programs for those of you who don't know, if you are a landlord here in the state of Ohio, it is Ohio law that you file what's called a rental registration form with your county auditor's office. We understand that a lot of municipalities are starting their own rental registration programs to help keep track of your own landlords, and we welcome that. We just like to remind folks that we are the ones that they're supposed to be filing with under Ohio law, and that is for very important reasons. We have a lot of fraud that happens in this area. There's a lot of folks that present themselves as landlords and collect folks' security deposits and their first month's rent, never to be seen or heard from again. And the easiest way folks can ensure they're talking to the actual landlord of any given property is by checking that form on our website. And then the other two programs that we provide in our office are the count them two, property tax relief programs offered here in the state of Ohio, which is the homestead exemption and the owner occupancy credit, which I'll touch on in some further slides. And then, fun fact, we're the dog licensors of each county. So if you have a canine friend, it is important for you to follow the law, not just because it's state law, but because if your friend gets away from your home, we know the safe and loving home to return your dog to. That way it doesn't end up at Cincinnati Animal Care or whatever equivalent is in Claremont County. And then lastly, I'll touch on the weights and measures department in our office. We lovingly refer to this as our consumer protection arm of what we do. So if you are ever at a gas pump in any one of our counties or your local farmer's market or a grocery store, you will notice my name or the Claremont County Auditor's name is located on a seal on all of those weights machines and the gas pumps. Why? Because we're checking to make sure that that gallon of gas that you're purchasing is actually a gallon of gas and that that pound of turkey that you're purchasing is actually a pound of turkey. And such, we are protecting the consumers of all of our counties. I'm going to breeze past this, but we have, under my leadership as the auditor, which, by the way, I was appointed to this position in April of 2024. In Hamilton County, you all probably know and are familiar with the name Dusty Rhodes. Dusty was our county auditor in Hamilton County for 32 years and served us very well. After Dusty retired, my dear friend Bridget Kelly served us in this position for a year and unfortunately lost her battle to cancer, and that is when I was appointed to this position in April 2024. So we've been under my leadership for about 2 years now, but this is the first annual report that we have released. And we have emailed this to you as well, but it is also easy to access on our website. And then we're, of course, out on the auditor right now. And then the Board of Revision, the filing season has closed. Again, for those of you who don't know, the Board of Revision is the process by which residents of any county here in Ohio can contest the value assigned to their property. The filing season is the same dates every year in every county. So January 1st to March 31st of every year you can file a complaint. Then we start moving into scheduling season, which is what we're doing now, to get all of those cases before that quasi-judicial board scheduled and the cases heard and taken care of. So we, of course, serve the community, but we certainly do not do it all. We do not collect your property taxes. That's the Hamilton County Treasurer or the equivalent in Claremont County. For us in Hamilton County, that's Jill Schiller, our County Treasurer. We do not manage deeds. That's our County Recorder in Hamilton County, Scott Crawley. We do not provide surveys and maps in the Auditor's Office, although a lot of those are accessible on our property search function of our website. That is, of course, our County Auditor, or County Engineer, excuse me, Mr. Beck. And then we do not make abatement or tax policy. That is you wonderful elected local officials combined with the state lawmakers that serve us in the state capitol. And with that said, we always like to reiterate that we work in values in the auditor's office, not in taxes. So this slide has a lot of words on it, but I will just sum it up by saying just because your property fluctuates up or down 5%, that does not necessarily mean that your property tax bill will follow suit and fluctuate up or down 5%. That is because everyone's property tax bill across every county in the state is highly dependent on what levies or tax policies have been passed in the form of ballot measures in their local municipality. So to show this in an illustration, we've provided a 3-area comparison. So 3 different areas of our county, and we've included Milford there in the middle. So what we have done is we have taken a parcel, and by the way, when you see the word parcel, that just means property. In this case, these are 3 residential properties in each of these 3 different areas. You'll notice in the city of Cincinnati, this property valued at a little over $225,000 is paying a property tax annual liability of that amount. And I apologize, at this angle I cannot see it. I haven't flipped my page. Then you look over to the next column in Milford. Again, same valued property, paying that amount annually for their property tax liability. And then over in the city of Sharonville, that's their amount for that like valued residential property. So we always love to point this out and provide illustrations where appropriate, because in every different pocket of every different county, folks' property tax bills are going to be different. We always love to be absolutely 100% transparent and accountable to the work that we do for the taxpayers of Hamilton County. With that said, we like to explain what the reappraisal process is. Again, this is statutorily set by the governor and the state lawmakers. All 88 counties in the state of Ohio are not doing mass appraisals or our triennial appraisals at the same time. It is a staggered timeline. So here in Hamilton County, we are working on what's called the triennial appraisal right now, here in 2026. This is very much a desktop review of the parcels in every portion of the county. It's looking at comparable sales in the area. And the mass appraisal that we do, which is a more boots on the ground, we're out in the field looking at every pocket of the properties in the county, happens every 6 years. Next one would have been in 2029, but the governor just sent out a press release a few months ago moving our next mass appraisal back to 2030. So just so you know, the locally elected officials here, our next mass appraisal for those approximately 60 to 90 parcels we have here in the city of Milford will be in 2030. And then just know too that your county auditors are working on appraising property on an annual basis. We have permits that are pulled all of the time for different work happening in different pockets of the county. We also have new construction and new development that's happening all over the place that we are in charge of measuring and making sure assigned value is accurate for every tax base that we serve. And then of course we just went through, you know, football season and Super Bowl in February. We will undoubtedly have a plethora of calls from taxpayers who will report to us that they were just in Bill and Susie's basement for the Super Bowl party and they actually have 3 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms instead of what it says on our website. So you better believe, even if someone isn't pulling the proper permits in your municipalities, we will somehow find out about it and then have to do that work to make sure what is reflected on our website is correct and accurate. And we have recently updated our website. Hopefully, if you use any of the property search functions, either on the Claremont County's website or ours, you have noticed the new look of the website. Again, to give Dusty Rhodes a plug, Dusty was very ahead of his time and innovative when he created what our website currently is in the early 90s. Not all counties across the state have a website that has this much information on it, and we're very, very proud of that. And for that, we like to consider our website the gold standard. But all of that to say, we have a new look, but we were very, very intentional about where we put certain things to make sure that it was still in the historical spots that people were used to finding them. And we also want to give kudos to our public affairs team because there is a federal law going into place soon. It was supposed to be in place this March that governments of our size have to have a completely accessible website to the public. They have since pushed that deadline back a year, but we have already met it. So you will notice that there is an accessibility plugin in the bottom left-hand corner of our website. You can change this into different types of dyslexia font, different levels of colors for different levels of color blindness, and we also have a translation tool as well. So we're happy to have already conformed with that federal requirement. And I know it's not the sexiest of government work, but we, for the first time ever in Hamilton County history, have a search bar. So for those of you who serve in fiscal capacities on municipalities and political jurisdictions, you will love that because I know there is a series of monthly spreadsheets you look for. You can simply type it into that search bar and it will bring it up everywhere it is located on the website. Furthermore, we've updated the Board of Revision page. For anyone who is interested in learning more about what Board of Revision is and what it serves its taxpayers in each respective county, please check out this portion of our website. We've added a 3-part video series. There's also a complete page when you scroll down of frequently asked questions and answers of how taxpayers can prepare themselves best for those cases. And my favorite feature that we've added on this portion of the website is if you click on a complaint form to file your own case, there will be a pop-up box that says, "Did you read the directions? Click yes or no." And that has been so helpful to direct folks to all of the answers that are available at their fingertips, because we as county auditors, unfortunately, since we sit as a designee on the board, we are not allowed to give legal advice to folks filing cases, and we certainly aren't allowed to advise them on what the best way to present their case is. But we have put that information here on the website at the fingertips of the taxpayers of Hamilton County. This is a landing spot for a property search page on our website, so I'm sure this is probably the page that you're most familiar with seeing. I'd like to skip over to the next one. This is an added benefit that I spoke about in the top of the presentation that gives the level of transparency that we are frankly committed to in the Hamilton County Auditor's Office. So this is our tax distribution page. This breaks down in black and white ink where every penny of someone's property tax bill is going or being allocated to. And as if that weren't enough, we put it in a colorful pie graph for folks to see as well. I love to point out this pie graph because you'll notice the largest piece of the pie is that blue section. Can anyone guess what that blue section is for a majority of the parcels? Our local schools. Why? Because it's still unconstitutional here in the great state of Ohio. So until the state does something about that and evens out that share or that spread, it will still be over-reliant on those of us who are property owners and taxpayers, because that's where that cost is being driven from, unfortunately. With that, this slide is a little bit more about the rental registration. I won't read this or bloviate too much about this, but just know that there is no fee to file that form at your county auditor's office. That is required by Ohio state law. However, if there is a landlord that does not do their due diligence and file this form correctly, we do have the opportunity to assess a penalty, and that penalty is $150. So again, one of my asks to you tonight is if the city of Milford is doing your own rental registration program, we ask that you just be communicating with our office and share that list so we make sure every landlord for every property is accounted for in our shared constituencies. This slide is my official ask to you, my fellow locally elected officials here on the dais. The homestead exemption is a property tax relief program created long ago here in Ohio. However, it has lost its luster and has lost its bang for its buck, and we have a sector of folks here in Ohio that are most affected by the property tax rises are our senior citizens. The homestead exemption program was designed to help those folks and provide them property tax relief. Unfortunately, as you can see in this illustration, back in 2014, an average home value in Hamilton County was about $155,000. Senior citizens who were enrolled and approved and on this homestead exemption were receiving about $565 off of their property tax bill. Cut to a decade later, home values have risen almost 70%. However, that homestead exemption amount has only risen 7%, excuse me. So you can see, not only is the homestead exemption not properly indexed for inflation to continue helping out seniors in our communities, but it has not kept up with the luster that this program once was, because it also now has an income requirement on it, and many, many other things. So this is why this program is the #1 of our 4-pillared approach that the County Auditors Association of Ohio has developed to fix the property tax debacle here in Ohio. Unfortunately, there are several bills that aim to fix one part or more of the homestead exemption, and they are collecting dust in various committees in the legislature. So my ask to you tonight is to contact your state reps, your state senators for this area, even the governor, if you can, have a line into him or send him an email, because the governor did put together the property tax working group, who also identified the homestead exemption as one of the things we should be looking at fixing here in Ohio. And I don't need to tell you all why senior citizens are important pillars of our community, but if they choose to stay in their homes, they should be able to afford to do so, and this would provide instantaneous relief if we fixed the homestead exemption. And then lastly, the owner occupancy credit, which is the other of the two property tax relief programs we already have on the books here in Ohio. This simply states if you live in and own your primary residence, you get a percentage off of your property tax bill. So I would encourage everyone here to search your property tonight, whether it be on the Hamilton County Auditor's site or the Claremont County Auditor's site. On our site, it does clearly designate yes or no if you're receiving either or of these programs. And we also have that rental registration form right there on that home page of a property search as well. So if you find something that doesn't look right, or you think you know someone who should qualify and be receiving either of these property tax relief programs, please contact us as soon as possible if that parcel or property is located in our county, and we stand at the ready to help folks get as much relief as they possibly can in the state's already identified programs. With that, I'll go ahead and close and get out of your hair and stop yapping at you so you can get onto your regular meeting. But this slide, the last thing I'll say about this is this probably looks like any closing slide you've seen on any given PowerPoint presentation. But this one is historic in nature because this is the first time that we, as a county auditor's office, has had our own social media presence on these 4 platforms. So if you aren't following us already, I would encourage you to do so. We're not only posting all of the information contained in this presentation, but so much more, because we know and understand that it's 2026. People are accessing their information in many different ways, and social media is unfortunately or fortunately one of them. So please give us a follow. We would appreciate it. And again, I thank you for the time on your agenda, and I am available, of course, for any questions now, or if you think of any later, you can always contact me as well.
Thank you so very much for spending some, or sharing some very important information. We appreciate you. We appreciate that, you know, people, again, sometimes forget that we have that Hamilton County section to our community. So thank you. Does anyone have any comments or anything? So thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Absolutely. Good. All right, presentation, Emily? Did I see Emily? Okay, yes. From the library, so welcome.
Hi, I was told I could put up a PowerPoint. Is that accurate? Or how do I?
Well, it's in the back.
Okay, it's in the back. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, we got a touch screen, don't we? Okay. While he figures that out, I'll just start talking. All right.
And just for the record, Emily, would you state?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Emily Wickman. I am the manager of the Miami Township branch of Claremont County Public Library. We like to get out into our communities at meetings like this and the trustee meeting, which I did last week, about once a year or so, because it's really important to us that you know about what's going on in the library and the services we have to offer, because we know that as officials working for the city, you make contact with a lot of people and you learn about their needs, and you have the opportunity to see where the things we have to offer intersect with the needs people have, and you can hopefully refer us it to people who might need our services. And I'm thrilled to see so many people here today, and I hope a bunch of you come to the library, and if you haven't, I hope you will come to the library after this, because obviously if you're here, you care about your community, and so you need this information just as well, so you can use it for yourself and for other people that you meet who might need things we have to offer. Okay, looks like we have a PowerPoint. So, let's see if we can get to go. Woo, all right. So, the mission of Claremont County Public Library is to foster lifelong learning by providing resources that inform, programs that engage, and ideas that inspire. So, there are a lot of things that our community loves about the library. We've got a graph up here that's some recent survey results when we worked with UC to do surveying in our community. But for those of you who can see it, and for those who can't, it's everything on here we got 99 to 95% rating on, and about the importance that people see in the library as a place that provides tools that help people succeed in life, that libraries improve the quality of life, that libraries promote a love of reading, and that libraries provide valuable free resources. So here's a quote from one of our own residents in this area. The Claremont County Library was a lifesaver for me when I lost my job and had no other computer access. Now I'm in my happy place for books, videos, magazines, used book sales, and the occasional program. So last year, 2025, the library circulated 1.8 million items. That includes the physical things you expect, like books, audiobooks, DVDs, magazines. Also non-traditional items like STEAM kits and school readiness kits that help prepare kids for school, memory kits for adults with, possibly memory loss, dementia. It also includes digital things. And so the items from all of our 10 branches, plus the digital collection of ebooks, streaming video, streaming audio, e-audiobooks. And digital newspapers, which is one of the newest things that we've really been investing in, is digital access to newspapers. I am sure all the people here like to keep up on their local news, so this is a way to do it cost effectively. You can now, with your library card, get full access to what would be a digital subscription of the Cincinnati Enquirer, USA Today, New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal. So definitely encourage you to take advantage of that. You never have to deal with a paywall again. We also have a robust selection of programs for kids, teens, adults, everyone of all ages. That includes, of course, weekly story times that help our youngest citizens develop the skills they need to be ready for school. Our programs cover a wide range of topics, providing educational, recreational, and social activities for all ages. This year, we're really heavy on celebrating America 250, and the library is offering programs in conjunction with the state's monthly celebration themes. So in May, we're focused on the theme of Ohio Creates, with programs about art, music, and literature. At the Miami Township branch, coming up just on May 26th, we're gonna have New Assault Glassworks is gonna bring their mobile hot shop and be set up in the parking lot and do this glass blowing display. So come out to that, it's gonna be really cool. So we're excited about that. We're also really invested in ensuring that our kids have all the skills necessary to start school and that they continue to develop strong literacy skills during the school year and the years to come. And so some of the services that we offer to help with that are our summer reading program, which is just about to begin. It runs in June through July. We are the kind of we kind of oversee the Dolly Parton Imagination Library, as this is instituted in Claremont County, where kids 0 through 5 receive books in the mail monthly at home. We also have the 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten program, which incentivizes kids, caregivers to read to their young children. We have, as I referred to earlier, school readiness kits that are built around themes that kindergartner teachers in our own county have identified that kids need to be ready for school. And we have STEAM kits also, and those kits will come with books on the theme and a toy that goes along with it, and then tips for the parents to work with their child. And one of our newest things is Library to Go, which is our new outreach service, and it does two things. One, it brings monthly collections of books to child care centers and schools, and it also does pop-up libraries at places like senior living facilities and community events. This summer, we're partnering with the city and going to have some of those pop-up libraries in parks here in Milford. But we also have lots of things for adults, besides, of course, all the fun things in our collection. We have a lot of things that cater towards business, career, and life needs. That includes things like computer access, internet access, printers, copiers, scanners, faxes. If you need a fax or scan, it's totally free. We don't charge for that. At the Miami Township branch, we have 2 meeting rooms that you can book. Again, no fee. We also have 3 study rooms that you can reserve. We have notaries at all of our locations, and we have 3 in Miami Township, which I think is the most of any branch. Again, no fee. We have free access to all kinds of databases, but one I particularly like to highlight is LinkedIn Learning. It used to be called Lynda, if you're familiar with it from those days, and it's full of technology classes, business skill classes, learn about customer service, learn about how to use Adobe, make your own websites, all kinds of things like that. And another one we have that's interesting for businesses is A to Z databases, and it lets you build like your own marketing mailing lists. All right, another quote to kind of start to close things up from a county resident. Our libraries help many people who otherwise would not have access to the items it offers. The library is definitely a necessity in our community. Hopefully you all agree. And so we just like to emphasize that libraries can transform. There is something for everybody at the library. If you haven't stopped in recently, you folks, I please encourage you to do so. Take some time, come by, see what we have to offer. Say hi to me, say hi to all my great staff. We are always happy to partner with local government, local nonprofits. So if you have an idea of ways that we can work together, definitely reach out to me because we want to be supportive to both of our city government, the township government, but of course, all of our local residents. So to wrap up, thank you for giving me a few minutes on your agenda to speak about the library. I was told it would be okay to give out goodie bags with information about the things I talked about. My business card is in them also, so if you ever need to get a hold of us, feel free. It's got things like our
If
events
it's easy,
calendar.
so you don't have to give, if
Sure.
you want to leave them with Jackie, that way.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank
Emily, again, thank you for taking the time. You are always welcome.
All right.
Emily, can I ask you a quick question? So I've lived here long enough to remember when there was a branch in Milford. Can we at least get a pickup and drop-off spot?
You want to refer that one to our board of directors,
Okay.
but all of the
And-
meetings are public, and we would certainly invite
Okay.
you to come. But, you know, as with every service, money is always a factor. And one of the things that's really cool about Claremont County is we do have 10 locations, but if you compare us to any other county of the size, we have way more libraries than anybody else does that's comparable in size. So that is always a factor in all the decisions we make, is do we want to keep 10 locations and be really immersed in our communities, which I feel is one of the big strengths of Claremont County Public Library, or, you know, like in Northern Kentucky, they have the model of maybe 3 libraries for the whole county, but they're really big and huge. But certainly, the board always likes to hear from the public, so
I've
we
written a
encourage you to
couple
come by.
times. I mean, that was a big loss when the
Yeah.
library left Milford.
So,
Anyway, you do good work.
well, thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yeah, thank you. Thank you again. All right, for the sake of moving right along, some other items that we get to, is anyone here from the American Legion, Post 450?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We have a wonderful proclamation. I'm going to come out here and do this. All right. So, official proclamation from the mayor's office and then all of us on city council that we recognize the American Legion Auxiliary Unit 450 that supports the importance of honoring those who have worn our nation's uniform. Poppies are worn and displayed as a symbolic tribute to our fallen and the future of living veterans and service members. At the end of World War I, the American Legion family has long utilized the red poppy as a symbol of freedom and the blood sacrificed by our troops in war times. Wearing a poppy will remind Americans of the sacrifices made by veterans while protecting our freedom. On behalf of all my colleagues on council, we get to declare from the city of Milford that May 22nd, 2026 is National Poppy Day. Would you like to say a few words?
Just like to tell everybody that the money that we make off of our poppies, we offer them. If you want to make a donation, that's fine. All of that money stays in a restricted fund that is used strictly to help our veterans. So we will be walking the Memorial Day Parade as well as being at Kroger's on Friday.
And as past practice, if anyone would like, I would love to be one of the first to have done that and made lots of donations. So no obligation, but again, anyone here is obviously welcome. Why she is doing that, if anyone would like any of those poppies. I'm going to go ahead. We have a couple other proclamations that I'll continue on. One of which we get to declare May 17th, 2023 as National Public Works Proclamation Week. So rooted in service and powered by community. So we recognize all our public works members on this week occasion who sometimes tirelessly and unceremoniously do a lot of behind the scenes to make our community what it is. So on behalf of myself and my colleagues, we recognize all our service workers. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I get to keep, I get to get, yeah. Well, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you, so thank you. One other proclamation is Building Safety Month for May 26th. So again, on behalf of all my colleagues on council, we get to declare May 2026 is Building Safety Month for all those builders, tradesmen, and guardians of our protection, building safety, fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, and design professionals, and last but certainly not least, all the laborers, plumbers, and other persons in our construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of our buildings. So thank you. Those are my proclamations for tonight. Our proclamations. All right. Moving right along to some of the other business that we have tonight. The proceedings, we need an approval for the council meeting from April 21st, this special meeting April 21st, the regular meeting, and our May 5th special meeting. So do we have a motion to accept the proceedings?
I would make a motion to approve meeting proceedings from those mentioned dates and meetings.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Financial statement. We'll need a motion to adopt. Has everyone had a chance, if anyone has any questions, or from the March 2026 financial report that we received last month?
I would make a motion to adopt the March 2026 finance report.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. And then we'll need another motion that we received, and we'll review and approve at next month, the April 2026 financial report.
Motion to receive April 2026 finance report.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. And the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Provided in council's packet is the city manager's report. Some of the things I wanted to highlight. The splash pad will be resurfaced starting May 26th. So we unfortunately missed Memorial Day weekend, but it'll start May 26th and will last about 2 days, weather dependent. So we are getting that underway. That'll be exciting. As it relates to the Wallace Avenue Water Tower, we are in the transition of shutting down that road and allowing local traffic only. We've had some concerns related to the safety up and around that area and converting it into a one-way, or one lane rather, near the construction site. So to avoid some of those concerns, we're going to close off that road and only allow the local traffic, so essentially the residents, to access that road. It'll still be a one-lane road near the construction site. It'll just be more restricted. Come July, that road will likely be shut down entirely in front of the construction site, so you'll have either side of Wallace Avenue. That's predominantly because the bowl at the top, so the head of it is so big that it'll actually take up part of that roadway as well as the crane that is needed to actually lift it. So to ensure that we have the needed safety up there, we're going to shut that down, but that'll come July. So in the immediate future, it'll be shut down except for local traffic, and it'll be one lane in front of the construction site. Staff attended the May 6th HMA meeting. Discussion pretty much focused on economic development and upcoming events. We also attended 2 business retention expansion visits at Bishop's Bicycles and 19 North Interior Design. We have officially applied for demolition funds for the Fountain Specialist site with collaboration through the Claremont County Land Bank. We're currently reviewing the PFAS feasibility study. We expect for that to be presented to council either June or July. There's some tests that need to be updated on the actual study itself, and we're trying to figure out if there's maybe a more cost-effective approach to this. We are just above the PFAS limit, and our trends are actually going down. So that's a good sign. However, we still are above the limit. So we need to make some changes to our water operations to account for that. And then we have a City of Milford happy hour held at Cohatch on Tuesday, June 3rd from 4 to 6 p.m. We are still sort of working out the itinerary for that, but really it's just an opportunity for residents to go there, meet each other, discuss whatever is on everyone's mind, but it's just I don't want to say a networking, but it's a happy hour event for residents. Other than that, we will be shut down on Monday for Memorial Day, and that's all I have unless there's any questions.
Questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That goes to the, oh, he's already up there. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I've just got a few things I want to discuss. First, kudos to every member of the department who worked on May 7th for their teamwork tracking down an intoxicated female driver who crashed into parked cars on Main Street downtown and fled the scene on foot. We deployed our drone while detectives canvassed the area and found a witness who gave the woman a ride. Clerk Paul Lane even played a vital role in gathering information that ultimately led to the woman's apprehension on Wooster Pike. She was charged with felony OVI and other traffic-related offenses. So great teamwork by virtually everyone except me that was working. Last week, the 43rd Annual Claremont County Law Enforcement Awards Banquet was held in Milford for the first time. Detective Staggs received an Excellence in Criminal Investigation Award, and Julie Laming and Paul Lane received Retirement Recognition Awards. And lastly, a reminder, we have 2 parades next week. Main and Lila will shut down at 9 a.m. Monday for the Memorial Day Parade, and on Thursday, Lila Avenue from 5 Points to Mohawk will shut down at 5:25. All other affected roads will shut down at 6, and the parade starts at 6:30. And this year, you're in for a treat. I'm not leading the parade. Retired Sergeant Keith Belcher and his family will do that.
Nice.
Thank you, Chief. Have anything for the chief tonight? All right. Thank you, Chief. Fire and EMS? No report tonight? All right. That takes us to council comments. Janet, would you like to expand on the Memorial Day Parade, anything? Or are you going to do that later?
Well, that was said already, but yes, Monday the 25th, starting at 9:30 at the Legion, traveling up Main Street to Lila to Green Lawn. But please come out and enjoy the parade. It's a very patriotic memorial parade, so we want to
And for any
honor
council
our
members,
fallen.
I don't know if everyone's responded to you yet or
Yes.
not, if they're all going to be
That
here.
could,
Good.
yeah.
So,
Mhm.
yes,
And I'll talk to you guys about that. Yeah.
absolutely. All right. Any other council comments at this point? All right. That will take us back into a needing to go back into council as a whole. So do I have a motion to enter back into council as a whole?
I would make the motion to enter into committee of the whole.
Second. Will you take the roll, please, Jackie?
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I will turn this item back over to our city manager, and we will look forward to some very respectful and relevant conversation. And we know that the crowd is here tonight for a number of these items, so we ask that when the time comes that you approach the podium, state your name, address, and all that for the record. And please be relevant to whatever topic that you wish to speak on. We will certainly be here for as long as you guys would like to speak. We do have a ask that you keep it to 5 minutes, and so we will move forward from there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Following the list, we'll start at the CRA section. So there's the downtown, River's Edge, and then the remaining part of the community. As we discussed last meeting, all this is simply legislation to create. We have currently a pre-1994 CRA. This would create the post-1994 CRA. One of the biggest reasons why we want to do this is because at this point we don't have the ability to negotiate or really deny a CRA. So if someone comes in, they're entitled to a 15-year 100% CRA. We are trying to eliminate that. That way it gives us a little bit more discretion. Any CRAs moving forward have to be approved by council via ordinance. So what this is it's 3 different areas: the downtown area, the River's Edge area, which is the Parkway, and then the remaining areas in town. And then the ordinance after that, that's 3 resolutions. The ordinance after that is simply repealing the existing CRA. So I can answer any further questions on it, but provided in the packet itself is the maps of all the districts, the legislation, the housing study. And once again, this is just simply repealing the pre-1994 CRA, enacting the post-1994 CRA. And this is only the legislation for the abatements. It's not any sort of development agreement or anything of that nature. It's simply the legislation.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think you've said it, but I want to reemphasize, the biggest thing it does for us, it gives us control whether or not we would choose to do any type of incentives.
Correct. Yeah, and that actually came up at HMA. We had a business owner that said, you know, I invested a ton of money in my building and I didn't get the opportunity to take part in this. And although this existed, the point is, you know, we now have the discretion, we have the ability to control this. And when someone comes in now and gets a 15-year 100% CRA, that not only affects us locally, but that affects the schools. As the auditor mentioned, the schools get a large share of the property tax, so that hits all parties involved.
So this gives us discretion and the ability to kind of decide, A, whether or not to use an abatement, and B, if we choose to use an abatement, what percentage is abated? Is that?
Correct. Yeah, so with that, we can only go up to a certain percentage without the school board approval. So even if council said, you know, if a commercial building wanted to be developed in town, we can't just give them a 15-year 100% abatement. We can only go up to 75% without school board approval. So if for whatever reason we decided to go above that, there's still a partnership with the schools. But anything under that, council has the ability to control that.
Any questions? Any other
Yeah.
questions?
When I was reading through the history of this, it talked about housing and the housing shortage in the state was the impetus for that. But it extends to all kinds of projects, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm,
Residential and commercial, correct.
okay, and I'm still seeing in section 5, talking about residential dwelling units of not more than 2 families. And I think I read in the minutes that we don't do that, but it did say it in here.
Where is this at?
Section
Well,
5,
it's in all of them, section 5,
about the 2, no more
on
than
the
2.
second page.
The remodeling?
Yeah,
Yeah, so currently, the pre-1994 it says specifically residential properties are not included in it.
But this does now.
I know, this is a post-1994, so
Yeah.
that's the difference, is that's one of the changes. We now have the ability to do residential
Okay,
properties.
that's what I was trying to understand.
Yep.
Okay.
And it would still have to come through the formal approval. And again, that is the beauty part about this.
But that approval is local. It used to be, some of that used to have to happen at a higher level.
Those so yeah, the incentives go through locally. You still send it to the state, and you can go on the state's website and you can see all the incentives across the state. They don't have control over that. It is done locally, with the exception of the one where, like I said, if you go over that percentage and you have to go to the school board, then they have to
okay.
approve that.
Okay.
Yeah. But if it's under that percentage, you don't have to go to the school board.
But if an individual wanted to do it, they would have to come, it would
Yeah,
come
so-
to council.
Yeah, so they would meet with us. We would have to draw up the agreement
Okay.
and determine, what exactly if you read it, there's, the threshold in there that you have to
Yeah,
spend, say,
yeah,
X amount of
yeah,
dollars on
yeah.
a remodel, et cetera, and then it would come to council.
But that's an addition from the
Bingo.
before,
Correct.
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
And it's valuable to cities to have the ability to provide abatements for development as a competitive and an attractive feature to the city, because all these other communities have the ability to offer them. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Riverwalk was,
Riverwalk was
that
one
one?
of them. The distillery was one of them. There was Castrucci, I believe, was one of them.
Long time ago, yeah.
I believe Glennyglass was one of them. Those are at least the one,
Okay.
maybe there's more,
I
but
was
those
just
are the ones
thinking
I'm
of
talking
housing
about.
wise.
Maybe.
Yeah, one of the
Hotels.
hotels has it,
Yeah.
if not two. Actually, two, I think, do.
Yeah.
So I was unclear about the third district. Essentially, are we covering the whole city, or are we leaving some neighborhoods out?
No, that would cover the remaining part of the city. So you
Okay.
have the drawn-out areas, so the downtown and then the river's edge. Those are separate, and then
Okay.
the remaining area would be covered under the
Okay.
third one.
Okay.
And then you said to move this forward for these three individuals, we're looking at resolutions, and then it would be an ordinance to repeal the old chapter 167.
Correct.
So, Mr. Parliamentarian, and I'm not saying we're done yet, but the question that I have is, if everybody's done with questions and we choose to move this forward, would I still need to make the recommendation that the law director, blah, 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 blah? You just make sure you get paid in every portion of this, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else?
Nope.
I would then recommend that the law director draft an ordinance to implement sections 3735.65 through 373570 of the Ohio Revised Code and establish boundaries of the City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area Number 1, downtown, and repeal prior CRA resolution. Should we vote on these
Do we
individually?
have to do them individually? Yeah, okay, we'll do, yeah. I thought we
That's
did.
fine.
Second.
Jackie, would you call the roll on these?
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
I would also recommend the law director draft a resolution to implement sections 3735.65 through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code and establish the boundaries of City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area Number 2, River's Edge.
Second.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
And while I'm at it, I would recommend that the law director draft an ordinance repealing Chapter 167 of the codified ordinances of the City of Milford, Ohio.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, then we have to do the
number
repeal.
three.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
Apologies.
yeah.
Number three.
Oh, Harry, 3.
Oh, that's my fault, everyone. I was so excited and anxious to get through this list that I skipped right over that one. I would make a recommendation that the law director draft a resolution to implement sections 3735.65 through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code and establish the boundaries of City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area Number 3.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the, he did the repeal.
Okay. we did do-
Yep.
we got it.
Yep.
Okay, yep, we got it.
Moving on to the organizational development. Before I go too far down that path, I want to explain what is in council's packet. So to start, you've got a spreadsheet on the top, which is all the companies in which we've received quotes from. All the supplemental documents are in the packet to support this. That is in no way in any order. It's just the order in which it's the order in which you receive them. So you've got the company name, you got the rate, you got the time, so what is allocated in terms of the contract for the quote. You've got total costs. Some of them have only the city manager, some of them, and then you've got the city manager plus department head. So if it covered both of them, then I just carried it across. So provided in the packet to go through it is you've got management essentials on the top. You've got the resume. You've got the cover letter. We have a revised contract in here that is only organizational development, as that is really the main point of this whole contract. You've got a document that says the finished product, so this is a way to sort of visualize what are we accomplishing, and then as well as the review. All of these have been built out to 6 months. As we discussed last meeting, anything that, if we decided to go over 6 months, it would have to be put in the budget anyway, so that was an appropriate time to just cut it off and review it if council so chooses. We also have a letter of recommendation from Child Focus for Management Essentials. We've got Hyde 47, letter of recommendation, and then we've got the KPIs for the Management Essentials. If you continue forward, we have then the remaining quotes for the other companies, Management Advisory Group, SGR, and then Mark Allen. Management Advisory Group and SGR, they're more local government focused. SGR is out of Texas. That's one of the things that is separate from the rest of the group, is a lot of that would be done over Zoom due to them being in Texas. Going back to the spreadsheet itself, you'll see Management Essentials in terms of their contract. There's not a time limit in terms of hours per week. Management Advisory Group has 40 hours per 6 months. SGR has 6 sessions at 1 hour each. And then the last one is Mark Allen at 5 hours per week, not to exceed that. So this has, once again, multiple quotes, got the numbers associated with it. My recommendation is still to proceed with Management Essentials. John has been a key player for us. He's already involved in the staff meetings. He's got an unlimited time for his sessions, and he is, for the price, the cheapest. The only other one that comes in less is for literally 6 hours. So that's at almost $25,000. His is at $33,000 for unlimited hours over 6 months. That is my recommendation. I believe that I have pretty much covered, if not covered, all of what council has requested to date with the management essential items.
Is John going to talk tonight?
John will not be here tonight, no.
Well, I asked, and it's in the minutes, for the names of the cities he's worked for and those success metrics, and I don't see those anywhere.
I don't know if I have, I know he sent me a reference sheet. I know he's worked down in Batavia. I know he's working on Loveland, but that hasn't been executed. I'm not sure what other municipalities he's worked at. A lot of it's been nonprofit work.
Okay, well, he just, I don't know if I read it or he said he'd worked with a lot of cities. I was curious.
Yeah, I don't know about previously. I just know currently I believe that is.
Okay,
who
well,
he's
he
worked
said
with.
he would supply that. I thought it was interesting, the Management Advisory Group, their 4 partners have like tons of city experience from like 25 to 40 years. In fact, the former city manager of Montgomery is one of their 10 associates.
Yeah, they're a very impressive group. They do a lot of hiring. They're the group that hired me up north. So
Interesting.
We actually entertained hiring them, not you, but a couple other city managers
Yeah.
ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're a very sharp group, and they've got a lot of skills.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which comes at a price.
Well,
Yeah.
but the other, I mean, if John were gonna do it for a year, it would be the same price as 6 months.
No. But,
Oh, no, he was,
yeah,
that was with both contracts. Well, anyway.
yeah.
And that was over a year, but
I
yes.
kind of feel like for me, this is two issues. One is whether we're gonna look at management essentials and whether we take it or not, and then look at the other ones, because we just got this information on the other.
Well, and I would think tonight, especially based on what's on the agenda, like I believe the question at hand is whether or not to amend the contract specifically with management essentials. I believe if that does not happen, I think at that point, then we start looking at these others and we would need to move forward from there unless I'm misunderstanding kind of what's happening here. I also think too, it's important to keep in mind, right? Not being in favor of the management essentials contract is not in any way an indicator of whether or not, you know, we believe in Benjamin or we think that he needs this tool. Personally, I think he needs this tool. I believe in Benjamin. I don't think management essentials is the best value for the city's money. I don't think, for a lot of reasons, that there's a level of professionalism there that I would be comfortable with that person coaching what I consider an already really good city manager that's simply looking for a tool to take him to the next level.
Yep.
I think one of our jobs is look at the value we're gonna get for what we pay if we decide to move forward with this tool for our city manager. Personally, you know, I would wanna see a company that does have local government experience come in and be able to coach from a position of expertise and having been there, done that, right? So, I mean, me personally, again, you know, I fully support Benjamin. I think he's a good city manager. He's asking for, you know, he's investing in this city. He's asking for us to invest a little bit back, take him up to that next notch. And I think that's kind of, you know, I think the city deserves for him to go up to the next notch. I don't think management essentials is the way to do it.
And I had a nice sit-down with Benjamin and Tara, and, you know, I think they're really trying to take the city to a different level. And I hear that, and I want that. But like Christopher, I don't think it's management essentials, based on what I feel is not a great track record on social media.
I would agree with that, and I think that's more too, because this is an amendment and adding to that marketing contract. So for better or worse, that body of works to date comes into consideration, because we got to look at past performance as an indicator of future results. I mean, I want to leave this open for conversation, but I'm at the point where I personally would be inclined to make a motion to have management essentials removed from consideration for this type of work for the city.
The point of order, we've got many more, I would ask that we have continual conversation.
And to be
Yeah,
fair, that was
yeah.
not an official motion.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you guys
Yeah.
that's where I'm at right now.
What did you say,
I
Rob?
would just ask for additional conversation before we vote anyway,
Oh,
one way or the other.
yeah,
I would just ask, I'm being respectful, trying to give everyone their opportunity.
I do tend to
Yeah.
jump the gun and
Yeah.
sometimes cut off conversation. I'd
No,
like this to
no,
be robust.
Trust me, I'm accused of a lot of things there, sir, so you know, that's, you know. Anyone else before I, you know?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
I'll make some comments. I'm concerned that the results of what John has done for marketing, I'm hearing a lot of negatives associated with it. I'm not a marketing person, but that's what I've heard. And I would recommend or suggest that we wait on all this until John, when did John started, what, 6 months ago, 8 months ago?
It's 6 months ago.
Okay. And that we give him a chance to continue the marketing and let people, us and Benjamin, evaluate, are we getting our bang for our buck for the marketing? And at the end of, you know, another 3 to 6 months, maybe, say 6 months. We then determine, has John done a good job in marketing, and do we want to consider him for the next step? And even going into the next step, which is what you're asking for about, basically, what you're looking for, as I understand it, is some help with leadership assessment of your staff, behavioral interviews, individual leadership coaching, and executive coaching. And I'm all in favor of all that. But I'm not in favor of anything beyond that. I think that's we sat down, that's your greatest need. I think to be able to do that in 6 months is reasonable, just that part of it. At the end of 6 months, if we ever get to that point, we'd have a written summary. I know as I read the contract, or the proposal, it references some additional cost for a third party. In other words, if he had to bring somebody in, I would oppose that, and that we don't pay anything more than the $30,000 or $33,000, and that the contract be clearly separated as a separate contract for leadership assessment, organization development, and that then it be reevaluated at the end of those 6 months. But until that time, I think we need to determine is John the right guy, and give him the chance to basically improve upon the marketing that I'm hearing about. Again, I'm not the marketing expert, but I think I'd rather wait 6 months to make the final decision.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. So, I hear, and I've heard from a lot of people. I've heard, and I know there are a lot of people here we're going to hear from tonight. And I believe that we have discussed the merits one way or the other, and however we vote, and I 100% respect our council's, representing this community of how we proceed forward, whatever side that you choose to be on. But I also believe that we have expended appropriate amount of time to be able to discuss, and Benjamin, our city manager, has vetted and gone through and has made a recommendation. And I am going to be in favor of supporting his recommendation as we go forward. So I'm not sure, Mike, if that's what you're saying with the 6-month caveat. I'm 100% okay if it was on a separate contract too, whether you amend that or not. But again, that's again, I've heard from a lot of people. I've heard from a lot of people who have expressed their confidence in not only Benjamin, but also in John, and what he's done and what he continues to do. So again, that is my, I'm one vote. That's my feeling. And however we proceed, but I would like to remind everyone that no matter what is decided here tonight, we have discussed it, we've gone through, and whatever the vote is, the vote is. And again, so that's.
No, I want to emphasize, I am in favor of providing this tool to Benjamin. And the specific tool being the E3 assessment, behavioral interviews, individual leadership coaching, and executive coaching. And to be completed in 6 months as a separate contract. I just don't know, I'm concerned, 'cause I don't know John. I'm just concerned that if there are issues, if people are concerned about his performance in marketing, just maybe give it a little more time. And, all of this is important, but does it have to be done today? Could it be done in 6 months, in which people will come back and say, we love John and his marketing, and that's why we'd recommend him to have an expanded contract. And Benjamin, I hear from you, because you're the one working with John.
I just would like to add that as a business owner on Main Street, I always ask anybody that walks in my store 2 questions. Are you dining in Milford today, and do you live close? If somebody says they're from, pick a spot, but not particularly close, and this for 11 years I do this, I'm just curious where people come from. If they're from someplace not close, recently, when I ask, what brings you to Milford? There is definitely an uptick in people who reference the city's marketing. And, you know, I've talked to somebody at Forager, they have the same comment, a couple of other businesses. So, I mean, I see the pushback on the marketing and the AI and all those things. But I will tell you, as a business person, I feel like his marketing is working just from the informal polling that I do on a daily basis.
I guess the question I would then have, Brad, because it sounds like there's financial benefit here for you. So to me, that gives me the impression that I don't know if you need to recuse yourself from voting on this.
And if people feel strongly about that, that's fine. I mean, I don't ever make a qualm out of it.
We're not
And
voting on the marketing.
With all due respect.
But
No,
if we do
you're not
this as a
defending me.
standalone contract, we're not voting on the marketing.
That's also valid.
Yeah.
That's
so-
100% valid.
And I don't think you're opposed to, if we were to do a standalone contract. And again, I don't know how that, you know.
That
So,
is-
yeah.
Isn't that how it is right
Yeah,
now?
yeah. So.
I
it
was
would be-
just trying to offer perspective on, just my perspective on the marketing aspect of it.
Yeah.
It does make me happy to hear that our local businesses are seeing
Yeah.
some benefit from his efforts.
Right.
I would put out there, Mike, though, that for someone who does this for a living, 6 months should be plenty of an example on the work that they're gonna do if they've got experience. And one of the things that has really kind of smacked me in the face about the marketing performance so far, what I would call kind of rookie mistakes, right? So utilizing images without permission, linking to expired or outdated events, using the city's voice to make snarky comments, and then quitting a neighborhood group when people called them out on it. Like a bunch of things that like I would expect out of my college freshman who's in marketing classes, but not someone who has 7.5 years from what he said last meeting, but according to his website, total in his organization is 30 years experience. These seem like, especially, you know, for the rate that we're paying, mistakes that we should not, as a client, have to deal with, right? So to your point, Mike, if you want to get a broader view of how that's going to work out, I know that Benjamin's had some continuing conversations with John about those issues to try to resolve a lot of those. And I've seen kind of a change in the last week on the city's Facebook page, but 1 week out of 6 months doesn't give me confidence that that type of performance is going to stick. And again, if the conversation is we're looking to amend and pull additional services into that contract, I've got to look at the data I've got available to me, which is only the 6 months I've seen so far. Unless, you know, to your point, why has it got to happen now? But again, you know, I'm completely against Management Essentials doing any type of professional services. The marketing, different issue, but professional services, I'm completely against them providing anything for the city.
And I would also like to remind our colleagues that John, management, whoever, in our city manager form of government, they will report directly to our city manager. They were 100%, and he only ultimately will be the supervision and the overseer of all that. We obviously are the board of directors and oversee the financial parts of it, but when it comes to the day-to-day, and if anyone feels that any mistakes or missteps were made, that should go directly to Benjamin. That should go directly to Benjamin. He carries a heck of a burden with that responsibility, but I think, you know, in our city manager form of government, that is, you know, we don't tell our police chief what to do. If we've got a problem with any employee, we don't go to that employee, we go to our city manager. So I would just remind any and all that you can be mad at all of us for anything, but ultimately the personnel and decisions, and no matter who we would hire, they would report to the city manager.
Let me back up a minute, because Ralph, you're talking about potential hiring piece. I just want to emphasize that I am opposed to that next step. You know, I think Benjamin is asking for help with assessing his staff, behavioral interviews, leadership coaching for his people, and himself. But beyond that, participating in hiring people, I'm not in favor of that at all.
And that's not what I'm saying, excuse me. I'm saying, though, no matter who that person is, whatever their job is.
Right.
They report to Benjamin.
No, I agree, I understand.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to emphasize, is that their influence is at Benjamin's discretion. If he needs assistance.
I agree.
That is his discretion to utilize if we were to choose to hire anybody. It would
But
ultimately.
I guess I want to emphasize, we shouldn't get to that point. I think Benjamin is asking for help in his new role as chief executive city manager, just like the gal from Child Focus did. Hey, I'm brand new in this position. I've looked at my people. I need help in evaluating them, and I need help in providing them training and coaching. And I'm all in favor of that. But beyond that, I think once you have your staff trained and coached and helped, we're not going to need John.
I agree. I agree 100.
And
No
that's-
matter, and let's
No matter who
let's
it
take
is.
the
Exactly,
person's
no
name
matter who
out
it
of
is.
Doesn't matter who it is.
Right, and I just want to emphasize the fact that I'm all in favor of getting this tool provided to Benjamin. I wish it was 6 more months before we did it, but.
And on a finite time frame.
On
And
a
not
finite-
one that we would define, but with
No,
the
I-
understanding that it's not
And
indefinite.
also, even though it's 6 months, it's still 2 months from now, if we feel that whoever we were to hire,
I
accomplish
understand,
it,
yeah.
we would have the ability to end those contracts.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing I'll say about the hiring is he's not actually, or whoever is not actually making those decisions.
No.
It's coming up with that, using that E3 analysis. You know, we've spent my essentially first whole year building this team, and we've got that foundation, and now it's time to build off of that, and we're trying to take the city to a different level. We're trying to be more efficient, more effective. We're not perfect. There's
Right.
a lot of new things that we're trying to roll out, and there's a lot of things that we need to improve. But this would make it a little bit more efficient to getting to that point. So in terms of the hiring and that he's not making that, or whoever is not making that decision, that entirely lies with me. It's coming up with those assessments to ensure that that's the right person for the team. And a lot of businesses do that. They do those personality
Yeah.
assessments. So I just want to make sure I clarify that that is the role that whoever, that is what my expectation is. I've discussed with council that, over the next 4 years, we have a lot of our upper leadership that is retiring. Even in this next year, we've got a lot of, we've got 2 department heads we're gonna have to fill. It's although it's for a short period of time, the point is building that culture that extends and it far extends that timeline. So if we have that culture, that will carry on past that 6 months or 3 months or whatever it is. So if we all agree that this would be a useful tool, then I just ask that you really recognize that and trust me and support me on this. We've got several good companies, as Kathy, Ms. Barney pointed out, Management Advisory Group. They are very experienced in local government. The gentleman that sent the proposal, he was city manager in Centerville for 25 years. All of his partners, local government people. My opinion of this is they're not coming in to tell me to be a better city manager. They're showing me how I can be a better leader. And I think those principles can be carried across the board, whether it's private or public. I think it's the same principles on how do you become a better leader. So that is my comment to that. Once again, I still would like council to vote on this, as I think this is important. If it's doing a separate contract, fine. Any of the concerns that I've heard so far as it relates to marketing, we're addressing those items, and we make mistakes, and we'll fix them. that's what we need to do. And I think that part of that is a learning curve, and I also think that a lot of those issues we can fix immediately. That's my comment.
Who is this Mark Allen?
Mark Allen is, really, I just did, if I'm being honest, a Google search of organizational development people in Ohio, and he's one of the people that popped up. I believe he's from Loveland. Had a very good conversation with him. Also focused more on the private side, but has done some nonprofits. This would be his first local government municipality, but had a very good discussion with him, and yeah, that's what I know about him. His proposal is certainly within the packet itself.
And I agree with Benjamin. I think that the skill set is across the board, whether it's private sector or a municipality. I mean, I think somebody who works in that world can cross both of those lines. I do have a question. I thought John was coming tonight.
I thought so too.
And I mean, I'll be honest with you, at the last meeting, I asked him, when people asked him to speak, I said, are you coming back to the next meeting? Because I'm gonna ask you to repeat what you just said. So I'm a little frustrated, frankly, that he's not here.
We have had contractors, and Benjamin has interviewed, at length, at nauseum, so, and again, no disrespect to anyone, but I don't believe that that's a reflection of anything of whether he is whether his presence here is beneficial or not. I could argue both ways, but I also feel that in this case, because it's something we are doing, or the city manager is asking us to do, that, he has made his recommendation based on all those conversations, so.
I appreciate that,
Yeah.
but I also feel like we have a room full of people who took the time out of their day to come. And frankly, if some of you were here at the last meeting and you heard him say he was coming tonight.
That
he's
was
like,
the
I'll be happy to
expectation.
come back and talk.
Right.
To me, this is just an additional example of a lack of professionalism.
Well, I'll go on record as saying, I'm okay that, again, we're here, we have discussed his pros and cons and everything about that. I think he has been personally attacked. I think he has taken a personal hit. I mean, regardless whether he's a resident or not. But again, him being here, I don't believe is any reflection of anything but the fact that Benjamin has vetted, him out and is recommending to us, no different than any other thing we voted on tonight, that, or are gonna vote on tonight, or recommend, that, that, it came at the recommendation of the city manager. And I think that's really where we're at here.
Well, and I hope, my whole career has been in marketing and journalism, and I'm not personally attacking him at all. I don't know him.
I'm not saying
But
you
there's
are.
a level of unprofessionalism, and I have a lot of documented mistakes. If
Yeah.
anybody made those mistakes that worked for an agency, they'd be fired.
Yeah.
So, and I want to clarify too, I'm not coming at him from a personal level. I don't know the guy,
No.
right? But again, the question in front of me is, for his professional services, should I authorize spending X amount of money, regardless of whether Benjamin is recommended or not? And I take your recommendations very seriously. You're good at what you do. I hear you asking for this tool, but again, I don't know how much more to talk about this, but like, again, I would make a motion right now to remove management essentials from consideration for providing professional services.
I would second that.
There is a motion on the floor and a second. Jackie, will you call the roll?
Whoa. Don't we have discussion?
You can
have discussion,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not in favor of removing him from consideration.
But that's what we're gonna vote on, yeah.
Okay.
Right?
That was the motion made,
The motion
correct?
That was
that's
the
on
motion.
floor. That's the motion on the floor, so.
And we can have additional discussion.
Yeah, because I do have another suggestion,
Yeah.
which I guess after the vote we'll,
Yeah.
okay, go ahead.
The second, who made the second?
I did.
Ms. Russell?
No.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
No.
Mr. Price?
Given that Mr. Brown would like to ask a question, I'm going to say no.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
No. All right, the motion fails 5-2, right? Yeah, okay. So, with that being said, my good sir.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll go back to what I said earlier. We all make mistakes. We hired a marketing company, John, to do marketing for us. He's done it for 6 months. I assume he's come to the realization, Benjamin, as you said, there's some things that are being corrected, and I'd like to give him a chance to continue on in the marketing piece of it. As far as the leadership piece and the additional training and coaching, I'd like to see who Mark Allen is and have him come back and be given a chance to compete, if you will, with Management Essentials. Because right now, all I have is a few things. I don't know who the guy is. And this, Benjamin, this is your decision. But Mark Allen hasn't come to the table until after Christopher made a request to look at other people. So I'd like to rule out the other, 3 companies that do not provide coaching for everyone, and relook at this thing, and I don't know, whenever Mark can get here, and compare it to John, and how John's done in the next, like I said, it's 6 months. I just don't see the sense of urgency of having to make this decision tonight.
I will say, from being part of the former city manager and the interim city manager, and reshaping the leadership of this city, we were trying to put this diplomatically, but we've come a long way. And we chose Benjamin because he saw that, and we trusted him, and I do trust him as far as his decisions. He's smart, he's good with money, economics. It does seem like a lot of money to me, too, with John. I would love to see somebody else and compare. It's a contract, though. It's not like we're interviewing for a position that we are hiring someone on long-term. But it is definitely a need, and that's why I worry about prolonging things, because we do have that need here to keep going at the pace that Benjamin has the city going at.
And I'd like to say, if in a month, Benjamin decides, oh, wow, maybe it's not what I thought it was going to be, or it's not going to work out, or 2 months. He can make that decision, and John Lucas is gone. Management Essentials would be gone. So I'm with Janet, is that we've discussed it over and over. Why can't we move on to try and at least do what Benjamin has recommended that we do, and trust him so far, and if I trust this man, I mean, truly, he has brought this city. I was on council before, and I was part of a city manager that didn't know from a hole in the ground. But this man has got, goals, and he's trying to move this city forward. And he's doing an excellent job so far in doing it. And I trust him. So I think he has selected Management Essentials. He's brought to us the other companies as well, that we have the information to read. We all read. You know, you can do all the research yourself. You know, I've done all that. You know, move forward. Let's move this forward. And so this man can start concentrating on what his job is.
Any other comments?
I mean, I would reiterate that, you know, to echo what you said, I'm not indicating a lack of trust of Benjamin, but also to echo other comments that have been made in regards to the company we're looking at. We all make errors in judgment. We all make mistakes. I trust Benjamin. I agree with you. I think he's been doing an exceptional job. He's got a lot of skills that really make him a good fit for this city, and we are very lucky to have him. And again, I think he needs this tool. I just think in this particular instance, he's made the wrong recommendation from a company standpoint. And that's what but again, want to reiterate support and trust for Benjamin. I think that's important to put out there.
And for the sake of moving and however this vote goes, but I'm going to make a motion that we authorize the city manager to go into a separate contract for, which is a month-to-month contract with Management Essential for professional services
Second.
for $33,000.
No.
It's just up to 6 months,
Up to
but it's
6
on a
months.
month-to-month basis.
Wait a second.
It's $33,000 over 6 months. But it's,
month to month.
it can be terminated anytime, month to month.
And
But we're
You-
just.
you will.
Yeah, we're just making the motion to put it on the agenda, and there will be public comment.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Before we make the
100%.
final vote.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is just a
not final vote.
recommendation for
This-
the law director to
Yeah,
draft
this
an
is
ordinance.
committee as a whole, that we are, I'm making, there's a vote, or a motion and a second as committee as a whole to bring it to council then as a whole. That would then come up after public comments that would be done.
can we clarify what is considered to be professional services?
Yeah. I think that is in your packet, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 things that,
Yeah. So
that I
that would be
mentioned before.
considered the
The
professional services. So it'd be,
the
if I understand your
assessment,
motion, it's
Yeah.
for the contract, but not to exceed $5,500 a month,
Yeah.
which is what is on that.
right,
proposal.
but it's for professional services of leadership assessment, behavioral interviews, leadership coaching, and executive coaching, and nothing more than that.
I think his recommendation, if I understand the mayor's
Yeah.
recommendation for the ordinance, is to approve the entire contract
Yes,
as it's
as
written
it
and
is.
presented.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
also would put it past 6 months because it's written as a 12-month contract.
Well, we're going to change that.
Okay.
Yeah,
The amend- that's the
Just wanna make sure
amendment.
everybody's
We-
clear.
yeah, we- this
Just want
is
to
a
make sure
6
everybody's clear.
Yeah,
on-
no, I agree that, so that it would, now, there's a motion on the floor. Now, we have to vote, or can you make an amendment to my motion?
You could amend your motion,
Yes,
okay?
yes,
Then you need a second, and then you go through that again.
okay. But we don't have to vote for that. So I will, to Mr. Brown's point, I will narrow that scope. I'm 100% okay with that. I believe
Okay.
that is your intent, and that is my intent too, to give, those, and if you have them right there, if you want to read them off for the record, I will amend that
Yeah.
based on,
Professional services include E3 leadership assessment, behavioral interviews, individual leadership coaching, and executive coaching for the city manager.
yes, yes, yes.
Full
As a
stop,
separate
just those?
contract.
As a separate contract,
Just those services?
Just those services,
Okay.
just those services.
yes. I'll make that motion to amend it. I don't need a second. If anyone would like to second that,
Second.
okay. Brad seconds that. So we vote on the amendment first. So we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment. There you go. I always like that phrase. Yeah,
Mr. Velardo,
yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
No.
Ms. Barney?
No.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
All right, now we need, so that's for the amendment. Now we need a vote from my original motion to draft legislation for that contract.
Do we need a second?
You already had a sec, do I need to reset?
Yeah, you need a
Second.
Okay, okay.
You made the first, you made the second. Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Help me better. What are we voting on? We're not
To
voting.
put the draft
Just to draft the
legislation.
legislation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Barney?
No.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
No.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right. Any other matters which may become before committee as a whole?
What have we done?
All right, all right, all right, that brings us to our public comment section. Again, please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and we will gladly listen to your comments. Who would like to start?
Just like always, we have to draft them.
It's Ed Brady, Bradford Drive, citizen, previous council member. I realize that I violated rules and protocols of the council meeting by speaking up before, but part of the reason I wanted to talk today is I believe you all are violating the protocols and rules of council as well. I wish the city attorney was here
He had
because
to take a quick restroom. but
Sure, I understand. I
Do you
think-
mind your comment? I'm happy because if they're addressing anything that you perceive. Yeah.
Hey, do you want- yeah.
That's okay. I'll keep
Wait
on
till he
going.
comes back?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Or-
Yeah. Well, we can have the Jeopardy theme song or something, playing till he gets back. But anyway.
Or someone else had stood up too.
No, we'll just wait. Yeah. What's that? Yeah. Sorry, parliamentarian, the comment was gonna be about a parliamentarian type. Yeah. No.
Sure.
No.
And I was apologizing for violating rules of the meeting before, but part of it was my belief that you are also violating rules, so.
Understood.
So regarding the special meeting on May 5th, the mayor said at the May 5th special meeting that he put the management essentials contract on the agenda. It's, on video or the recording, whatever. The mayor definitely has the authority to call a special meeting, but no one has had the authority to put that agenda item on the agenda because it was a motion passed by council to table it until the next regular meeting, which it was actually stated, tabled to the next regular meeting on May 19th. So,
And if I could, I'll accept that blame. And again, when that was brought to my attention, and again, I misheard what he said that night, so I apologize. That was never the intent, was to do anything out of the realm of what his initial, which we did correct that night.
sure, well, I mean, it's tough, although tonight it was back on the special meeting agenda, and then we had the call out saying, what I was trying to say was not that we shouldn't have had that meeting, but it shouldn't have been on the agenda to talk about it. So, just reading the charter, there's no way to address a motion that's passed. The city manager is charged with enforcing actions of council. So if council gives the marching orders, which I think you said at the last session, you give me your marching orders, I will follow it. Council did give the marching orders to table it. This might seem, kind of, I think of what a good kind of wonky to be talking about these kinds of things, but as a previous council member and a citizen, following these policies and procedures and rules are the things that we live by. So, it's perplexing to me because these things have happened, especially at the May 5th meeting where both Councilperson Barney and Parrish said, why are we talking about this? because it was tabled. And you could, listen to the video or listen to the recording or whatever. There was an opportunity by multiple people at the session to say, yeah, this needs to stop because we have a motion. Council doesn't ignore a motion because they didn't agree with it. You don't ignore emotions, you keep on going. So that is definitely concerning to me. The other piece that's concerning to me, and again, it's kind of protocol, is the charter lays out when you have a special meeting, there are certain notification requirements. And one of the notification requirements is you get your packet of materials either hand-delivered or by certified mail. Now, I've just got the hunch that that probably isn't happening. And the hunch is just because looking at some of these other things, if we're not looking at we're not following the bigger kinds of things, then the smaller kinds of things follow the side. Now, originally I was going to put this in an email. I didn't expect this kind of situation, but I wanted to bring it up so we could talk about it and air it out a little bit. But the other thing that's more disturbing to me is at the April 7th regular meeting, the council went into executive session. And at that stated reason was to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a city employee or official. And it goes on and on. It's a number of sentences. So the reason definitely conforms with city charter and sunshine laws. I wasn't at the meeting, but in talking to people at the meeting, just saying how'd it go, a couple people noticed that Mr. Lucas was invited into the executive session. Now, who knows what was talked about in that executive session? Only the people that are up here know what was talked about. But if you're talking about a contract with a company in a session where your stated position is you're going in to talk about employment of an individual who would be on staff, then you're violating the charter, sunshine laws, your own rules. I don't expect you to respond, but you were in there so you would know what was happening. So part of my point is be sure you're getting good guidance. Be sure you're checking and balancing, especially, Mike, at some time I started joking. You usually say, well, I'm new in town. And I actually like that because you're admitting, hey, I'm brand new. And Kathy says that as well. I'm brand new, I don't understand, help me. I think the discussion, conversations, those things are really good. So in closing, these aren't rookie mistakes. I don't know why they're happening. We've got a lot of experience up there. But there's some things I think that you all should look at. And maybe that's part of a contract too. Just everybody needs personal development. Should we go through the charter? Should we go through job descriptions, those kinds of things? I know it's not great to have how this has happened today. And when I was on council, I hated seeing a previous council member come up and then talk to the rest of the team. So I understand how that looks and some of the things I'm saying you might not like. But I'm really rooting for you all, and I'm rooting for the city. I want people to be successful. I don't know why there's these kind of gyrations to have this arrangement with Management Essentials go through, but I just hope that we continue to follow policies and procedures and kind of tune those up a little bit. So for that, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Interesting.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my gosh. A little on the short end here.
That's all right.
My name is Haley Mayer. I live off of Dublin, very close to the high school. As a resident here, I just wanted to bring a few things to your guys' attention. I do feel like, just based off cost, what we've seen, Management Essentials is kind of scamming you guys a little bit, in the most polite way, because I do feel like that much money for personal coaching and marketing is a bit much for the city, right? I think one-on-one coaching is beautiful. Everybody needs it to excel in their jobs, and that's great. But when it comes to marketing, I think we're missing a huge market. Behind me, I don't see anybody who's probably younger than me. I'm 28. where's our youth at? So the reason I say that is because with marketing, we could reach out to potential high school seniors. They're intelligent. They do way more than what any of us probably could in this room. And with that, I think they would be good to utilize for like summer internships or year-round internships for gap years to help promote the city, because who knows it better than the residents of Milford? And I think you could get a lot of following on social media using a little bit of the younger kids, which is kind of wild to say, but it's true. So I do think that is something to consider with making those decisions. And on the other hand, going to their website, and I'm sure John's a fantastic man, I don't know him, but something I think to take into consideration when you are a professional person in marketing, businessman, however you want to word it, it's important to make sure you have everything locked in. So when I was on his website earlier, I was clicking on links to go to like Instagram, Facebook, all that good stuff. Instagram does not take you to their page. It takes you to something completely different, not related. So in one sense, how are we supposed to trust that this individual is capable of doing those things when they can't even correct themselves to ensure that what they have is linked to their professional business? You know what I mean? Just coming from like, I guess somewhat of a marketing background, it just doesn't make sense to not make sure your things are locked in tight. So, I mean, I think just, right, and the other thing too is he does mention utilizing AI. Personally not a fan of it, can't stand it, hate what it's doing to the environment. However, if he is using AI, his cost should not be going up for you guys. There should be maybe a little bit more, sure, for inflation, let's consider that. But if we are using a tool that is supposed to mitigate, cut down on extra work, why is he charging so much more? And I just say that out loud as something for you guys to consider, because I don't think that's anything anybody brought up.
Thank you. Interesting.
Thank you. All right, that's it.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Richardson. I live in East Milford. I'm also the administrator of the Milford, Ohio Neighborhood Group on Facebook. Since the group started 11 years ago, it's become our community's largest online gathering space for residents to discuss local news, ask questions, share concerns, and exchange information in real time. First, I want to raise a concern briefly tonight regarding the special meeting notice. So the city properly issued and posted a special meeting agenda on May 15th. Then today, inside the 24-hour notice window, the city materially changed that agenda online without issuing a revised notice through the same channels used in the original notice. So Ohio's Open Meetings Act and Milford's city charter require advance notice of the purpose of a special meeting. That requirement exists so that residents know what their government intends to do at these meetings. So when you make material changes to an agenda on the day of the meeting, just hours before the meeting, it undermines that purpose. And it also undermines public confidence in the process. Basically, determining the purpose of a special meeting shouldn't be a shell game for residents. So, having said that, I want to then address the proposed expansion of the social media contract, which was one of the major items originally included in the special meeting agenda. So at the last meeting, several members of council stated that they don't believe Milford has a transparency problem. I disagree. But even setting that aside, I think everyone can acknowledge that the city at minimum has a perception problem when it comes to transparency and public trust. And those conversations are happening publicly, largely on social media. So council has repeatedly said it wants to increase transparency and public engagement. If that's truly the goal, then the public conversation can't be treated as irrelevant just because it's happening online. This contract raises exactly those concerns. The city has hired contractors before, but it has never proposed embedding a private contractor this deeply across city government. This proposal repeatedly references hallway conversations, embedded advising, executive coaching, and behind-the-scenes strategic involvement in city operations, touches virtually every department and every level of city leadership. At the same time, the social media vendor told council that he didn't think the contract should be, quote, litigated on social media, which is notably where many residents first learned that this contract even existed. That characterization should concern us all. Many community many community members cite the Milford Facebook group as their primary source of local news. When you dismiss those conversations, you dismiss the people having them. At the May 5th special meeting, residents addressed a number of concerns regarding the vendor's use of AI in the city's social media communications and how negatively that affects on our city. Since that meeting, this vendor's conduct has raised additional concerns. When residents in our Facebook group raised questions about a drone photo posted on the city's official page, the city's official Facebook account, which had been a member of our group since December but had never engaged in the group, entered the conversation for the first time with a dismissive response that mocked community members for asking questions. When residents respectfully followed up with specific questions, the city's account simply left the group. That's not how a contractor seeking $90,000 in public money should engage with the residents paying for it. Residents are also being asked to trust a process in which the vendor wrote its own success metrics, and the reporting structure runs primarily through the city manager who recommends the contract and who already provided council with performance claims that are not substantiated by the city's own records. The proposal itself presents a whopping 6,729% follower growth figure, a number not supported also by the city's own Sprout social data, which shows actual follower growth during the reporting period of just 9.13%. Council is being asked to approve a $90,000 contract based in part on a number that's off by a factor of more than 700. Another accountability concern worth raising, this proposal requires the city to sign a non-disclosure agreement. The terms of that NDA have yet to be disclosed to council or the public. The vendor's proprietary assessment reports, as we heard these E3 assessment reports, are the primary evidence of whether this contract is even working. These may never be publicly available. So Milford residents are being asked to pay $90,000 for results they may never be allowed to see. So bottom line, if this council is serious about transparency, it cannot vote yes on a contract that prohibits it. That's exactly why oversight and independent verification matter. At the last meeting, Mayor Velardo stated that checking references was not council's job, that council should trust the city manager to do that. Respectfully, council's role is not simply to rubber stamp recommendations.
Well, I'm going to stop you there. You're attacking me personally.
I'm repeating what you said.
Exactly what I said, and I stand by it wholeheartedly. And in our city manager form of government, I defer personnel decisions.
And respectfully,
Yes.
council is supposed to serve as a check and balance on executive decision-making.
Which we do.
Especially when public money and trust is involved.
Which we do.
You're not supposed to just ratify recommendations. Frankly, the fact that council accepted unsupported information at face value the first time is itself evidence that more scrutiny, not less, is needed here. That's also why public discussion matters. Social media discussion does not prevent transparency. In this case, it created it. It informed residents, brought people into this room, generated questions council hadn't yet asked, and led to additional public scrutiny of a $90,000 proposal before a vote occurs. That's exactly how public participation is supposed to work. I would invite council, city administration, and management essentials to participate in those conversations. Many of you are already members of our Milford Facebook group. If your goal is truly transparency and engagement, participating in those conversations would build far more public trust than dismissing them. But ultimately, this is about whether this contract should be approved at all. The vendor said at the last meeting that the contract can be terminated at any time, and I've heard that maybe we should just try it for 2 months, 3 months. We can terminate it at any time. But in the next breath, the vendor argued that 6 months would be too aggressive to evaluate whether the arrangement is working, and that it's at least a 12-month plan. So those two positions can't coexist. So if the vendor says you need a full year to see results, walking away before month 12 means paying up to $90,000 for an incomplete arrangement with no way to measure whether it truly worked. So terminating early just means Milford taxpayers will have paid for something they can never really verify. That's not flexibility, that's locking taxpayers into a long-term contract. And the structure proposed here isn't a defined measurable project with a clear endpoint. It's an ongoing consulting relationship built around continuous advising, continuous coaching, continuous involvement, and continually shifting metrics defined by the vendor itself. When the vendor controls the metrics, the vendor controls how long they get paid. Council should also consider the message this sends to and about city staff. The proposal describes Milford department heads as capable, committed professionals who care deeply about our community. If that's true, then council should ask why indefinite outside coaching and embedded consulting are necessary in the first place. At minimum, council should be demanding independently verifiable performance metrics, a clearly defined scope of work, measurable deliverables, a realistic completion framework, and independent reporting that does not flow solely through the same city manager advocating for the contract. None of that is a high bar to ask. It's not just basic due diligence for a $90,000 public contract. It's your obligation as council members to the residents that you represent. For all of those reasons, I respectfully urge council to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Well, hello, I didn't see you hiding back in there.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's a hard act to follow.
Yeah. Just for the record, not that everyone in this room doesn't know who you are, but would you please state your...
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Joanne Weigel. I've been a resident of Milford for like 84 years and 9 months. I don't know people. I don't know a lot of the councilmen. I know Mike, and I know Sandy, and I know Janet, and I know you.
I was going to say.
All right, I'm just here to say, at 85, there's a lot that has gone down over the bridge, under the bridge, and a lot over the bridge. But I think at 85, I look forward to change. And I do say that because we need change. Everybody needs change in their life to succeed. I think the city manager is very young. He's a puppy to me. I mean, that's basically what it is.
I think he's been called, I don't know if you've ever been called.
But, I mean, he's smart. He's got a lot of what he's asking for. He wants to try to make the department heads, as far as I can see, better so they can handle their staff better. He's, I see him around town a lot. I didn't know him until just a week ago. But he's very impressed me that he's looking at Milford with some love that he wants to bring forward to everybody. And I'm going to say I'm in his corner. I'm in council's corner a lot, but it's, you know, everybody has their own opinion. And my opinion is we need to move forward. We can get caught up in all the different discussions on what should go here and what should go there. But in the end, we have to have somebody lead us to that point. I think the thing, I went to that city thing where he showed all these proposals for the different plans in Milford. It was a little much to take in, and I think it kind of got off on the wrong foot that he was going to come here and change everything. But I think he's on the right path, and if he likes this company, I'd say the 6 months is a pretty good. It'll give everybody an idea if it's working, and if it's not, walk away. So that's what I want to say. Oh, one other thing. All I hear, parking, parking, parking.
We've never heard that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In all the years I've been driving, which I figured up tonight, 61 years, I have never gone down to the old Milford and not found a place to park. Now, it wasn't in front of the store I wanted to go into. It might have been 2 blocks away. But, you know, we are victims of comfort. And if you can't drive right up to that place, then there's no parking. So I want to say that if you go down and you look around, drive around, I've never gone down there that I couldn't find a place to park. So that with that, I'm going to close and say, good luck. I won't be around that much longer, but I love this town. My blood is in it. My husband worked here 32 years. My dad was fire chief before they had the hire. He was a volunteer. I've worked for the Milford school system for 25 years. So I got a lot invested in this community, and I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mark Sund, resident of Milford. I live in downtown. I've been here 20-something years. I have a business in Milford as well for 20-something years. And I have some comments about the proposal that's in front of everybody this evening. I had prepared comments about the original proposal that was a couple weeks ago, and then I heard during the meeting a little bit ago the proposal had been revised. Checked that on my phone. Then it sounds like that's been the legislation that's been drafted is an amended version of that proposal, as I understand it. But I think I have comments relevant to the very latest amended version of that proposal. So the first thing I have to say is that the social media, the topics for the social media, the frequency of the social media posting are fantastic. It's really nice to see a lot of stuff on social media about Milford. Love the topics. They're promoting businesses in Milford. They're promoting events in Milford. Mother's Day, the farmers market, the new water tower, which I walk up by and have a look at from time to time. I think that's all really fantastic. And I think, to Brad's point, people are noticing. People are seeing the posts. I think that angle of what the city is doing is really good, and I'm really glad that the city's decided to get more serious about the social media marketing. I do see a lot of the same concerns people have about the social media marketing, the amateur mistakes, and that sort of thing. But the proposal that's in front of us does not include social media marketing. So the revised version of the proposal, there is no social media marketing in that. As the original one that was one of the 8 points, this version it has been removed. So as I understand it, it's already a separate proposal, and this would be in addition to the existing social media marketing for this company. And if I look at the price tag on that, the new price tag is $5,500 a month, which I turned this on to annual cost in case it goes on that long, so that comes out to $66,000. Previously, it was going to be a $90,000 proposal, but that included social media marketing. So I don't know what the price tag is right now for the $66,000 a year proposal plus whatever the yearly cost is for the social media marketing, but I doubt it's much different.
In fairness, it is 33,000. I mean, it's 5,500 is the proposal, or would be the
6 months.
Yeah, for 6 months.
I understand. I'm converting this all into a
No, I get that,
12-month
but
cost.
no, I don't want to argue. And the marketing, just so we're clear, is a contract we already have, completely
Understand.
separate contract.
Correct, and that's
Yeah.
exactly my point. So
Yeah.
if we do this in monthly cost, the new version proposal is $5,500 a month. The old version proposal was $7,500 a month, but that included social media marketing. So the new version of this proposal, I'm suspecting, probably comes about the same price as the old version of the proposal, but there are fewer services provided in the revised version of this proposal. So I think we've taken a little bit of a step backwards in price, although I don't know the current cost of the current social media, the monthly there. So my concern about the proposal is that it is giving a lot of power to one company that's being invited in. The power comes over the department heads, power of decision-making, and power of the operations of the city. And it concerns me a little bit that there's a big mismatch between the amount of power they have being embedded in the city administration and the very thin credentials that I see for this company. It surprises me that it's even gotten this far considering how thin these credentials are. So when I look at public information, I can find out about this company. I look at their website. I look at the social media that I can find. They present themselves to the public mostly as a marketing company. If you look at their page about the services they provide on their website, there's 5 or 6 items there. All but one are about marketing. One of those items is about operational development, I think. And there is 0 additional information about the services they provide. So publicly, they're presenting themselves as a marketing agency with a little smattering of operational development and 0 information. There's no discussion of who their clients are in their public information. There's no discussion of the projects they've overseen. There's no discussion of what they've achieved for their clients. I understand that recently they did include a little bit of maybe some testimonials or something like that. So, but it seems very late to be sort of trotting this stuff out, and again, the credentials seem very thin. So in the new proposal, they're providing 6 different services. 3 of those services relate to evaluating department heads, or evaluating and coaching department heads embedded in the city. One of those services relates to recruiting and hiring new employees, so there's a lot of power there. And the last item, which is now number 6, used to be number 8, is about embedded on-demand decision services or something like that. I have it in front of me. We can read it. This one's the most concerning to me. They've removed, in the new version of the proposal, they've removed a lot of language with examples of the types of services this would be. But in the presentation or the remarks 2 weeks ago that John Lucas made, he said there's no aspect of the organization's operations that we do not look at. So my concern is about the amount of power that's being handed to a company that has almost no experience or credentials as far as I can see. It was mentioned 2 weeks ago that for professional service contracts, the city is not obligated to put out, to do a competitive bid. I'm really glad to see now that there are some other companies involved that can be compared as far as price and what their credentials are. It was mentioned 2 weeks ago that this has been done before. The city has hired professional services before, and that in this particular case, the consultant had an extensive amount of experience throughout the state providing the kind of service they were providing, and that's a huge contrast to what I see in this case. So I wonder if I had any other points. I've probably said about as much as I need to. So again, it's the credentials and experience I see are extremely thin for the amount of power that's being requested in this proposal. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have a friend who couldn't be here this evening, but he wrote a couple paragraphs, much more brief than my comments, and if you guys are okay with that.
If you want to ask, again, if you keep it brief, just because we're trying to limit everyone to 5 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll come back at the end
Yeah.
with his comments, but it is Corey Schultz, who's a resident of Milford, tends the bars and works in restaurants in Milford. He's done that for about 10 years, and he helps with social media marketing. And if there's time at the end, I'll let you know what he has to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Amelia Keller. I'm a resident here just up the hill. If the purpose of this new proposed contract with Management Essentials is to improve the leadership of the city manager and his team, part of which I assume includes bolstering confidence in that team within our community here in Milford, then Management Essentials clearly is already operating without that confidence, as evidenced by the people who showed up here tonight, as evidenced by the conversations online. If this is really the right person to be doing leadership management development, I think that we would want somebody who has the confidence and the respect of this community and is not in fact already losing it before taking this position. And also someone who does not honor their word about supplying references and does not show up to a meeting relevant to them that they said they would be at, does not appear to be exhibiting the kind of leadership qualities we want for our local city manager and for the department heads. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ralph, can we remind that they need to state their address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Micah Smith. I live on Water Street. Do my full address or?
Please.
Please, just for the record, we should have.
Okay, 3000 Water Street.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the contract with Management Essentials and their work thus far with our social media platforms stood out to me so much that in my 3 years of living here, I've never felt compelled to attend a city council meeting until now. I love the city. I am so glad that I live here, and I'm sure everyone here today feels the same. However, the work Management Essentials has done in our social media and their plans to be integrated in every single aspect of our local city government doesn't feel right. I spoke on this during the last meeting with only a poor quality audio recording for proof during a special meeting where the public was given the bare legal minimum notice. I have pride in my city, but right now I do not feel very represented by my city. Council, I know that you have your own personal opinions on the issue, but I beg you to remember why you were elected by the people. To represent the people, and as you look around the room and hear all of the people of Milford speak tonight, it seems very clear to me what the people of Milford want, the people you represent. Management Essentials is not how I want the city to be represented. Councilmember Mike Brown, you mentioned that everyone makes mistakes, and based on the claim made by Benjamin Gunderson, he is improving. However, I would like to read to you all a comment made in the last week by the official page that is representing our city to the public. A resident had asked the question on a drone photo that was taken if it is Milford. The city of Milford replied, incorrectly spelled that resident's name, and this is a quote from part of that comment, says, "We are sorry you go so turned around looking at it," grammatical error, "and we saw your claim on the other page saying it is AI generated. You are wrong, hostile." A person of the public commented under that and said the tone of this response is not appropriate or professional. I would agree. I do think that it is kind of Councilmember Mike Brown to forgive Management Essentials' constant mistakes, but when you are hiring a professional company for a specific purpose, such as social media, there is a limit to that forgiveness. The city manager and the city should have the tools that they need to succeed. But I haven't seen much success from Management Essentials in their current role for marketing for the city. I believe that it would be wise to look elsewhere, other companies for the proposed service. So please look around again and look at the room, the people that are here today, and remember that you are here because you represent the people. And please really consider what it is that they are telling you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Shannon Whitaker. I live on 49 Mound. I just have some questions, actually, about the CRA. How are projects approved? Like, is there an approval process? What's that process look like?
I'll defer to our city manager.
In terms of how do projects get the CRA?
Yeah, so like if somebody builds condos on the river, how does that project
So
get?
if someone built, under your example, someone built condos and we decided we offer a CRA, that would have to come to council for approval.
Okay, I didn't see that in the, I'm reading through what I think is the resolution. There's nothing about it going to council.
Yeah, so all that is establishing the ability to
Okay.
have the abatement, but all of those have to come to council.
So when will that get put into place legally?
Only if we decide to offer incentives to projects.
Okay.
So it's
Like a case by case.
It's a case by, yeah.
And that will be stated somewhere?
Yeah, it would be similar to a regular meeting. It would have to be an agenda item.
Okay. That's,
And a new project, I mean, there are many steps, whether it's planning commission.
Yeah, I
obviously zoning.
understand all that,
Yeah,
yeah.
you would go through all that long, before, as part of that process. of-
There's just nothing
yeah.
in here that says that there would be like, it has to go through council or that there's a committee that would
We're
review.
just, that rule is just establishing, I think, the boundaries.
Okay.
The actual CRA is a,
But it does
Right,
talk about that the
yeah.
projects do, I'll find the.
no, no, it's all right.
Let's see. It says the term of those exemptions shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of construction or remodeling occurring according to the rules outlined in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. So I read the code, and there's nothing about like what that case-by-case negotiation looks like. So,
Well, to be technical, I cannot, per our charter, all contracts have to go to council, so that's a starting point.
okay, so
Um,
it is considered a contract?
It would be an incentive contract, yeah.
Okay. When the projects come forward that are applying, will there be discussion allowed? Okay. Just want to make sure
100%.
that,
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
okay.
Yeah, any development, anything that we would vote on would certainly have a
But
public.
specifically, the CRA will get.
Oh,
okay.
absolutely.
Yep,
Absolutely.
per the charter, it having to come to us
Yeah.
allows for that
Okay.
discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, you wouldn't wake up one day and someone has a CRA.
Well,
So, yeah.
I did, but
Yeah,
sure,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I lived in Marymount, so
Oh, okay.
I've seen the very ugly side of CRAs.
Yeah.
And I just hope that that doesn't happen here, because
Fair enough.
it's why we don't live in Marymount anymore and why we moved to Milford. And we thought that we had gotten away from development that didn't consider the residents. So I'm just hoping that, I just wanted to state on the record that I hope y'all consider the residents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Jeff Labans, 54 Mound Avenue. House we bought about 20 years ago. I'm also here to talk about the CRAs, specifically the tax abatement part. Milford's landlocked, so like, what is growth? Has council taken the time, these are rhetorical questions, to discuss and define what growth actually is, what growth looks like, what kinds of growth is good and or bad, or is growth being defined as housing and businesses that are more expensive than the housing and businesses we currently have? You know, what is council members and city managers' idea of growth? A direct quote from the 3 proposed resolutions suffered from a lack reinvestment from remodeling or new construction. Ignoring the strange sentence structure there, only Lila from 5 Points to Cemetery even remotely kind of meets that definition, and that's kind of stretching it. I mean, if you want blight, which I would think a CRA would be necessary for. I've lived all over the world and all over the U.S. I can take you on a tour of blight. Nothing in Milford is blight. Okay. So the other thing is, in each of those resolutions, like Shannon was saying, there's these weird things that qualify for tax abatements, like if it's a single family house and an improvement of $5,000, is that like punking us or something? That's not even 2 windows. And I mean, bids I received for a porch just a year ago were $120,000 for a porch, not a 3-season room or anything fancy, a porch. So I would think that the CRAs, the abatements would be for high-value properties. But regardless, I'm against the proposed CRAs and the CRA currently in place. I'm against that. Why? Because if the abatement goes to the developer or along with the developer's developed properties, all you're doing is increasing the developer's profit margin, especially with regards to housing, whether it's single family or rental. If Milford is the place, then developers will develop anyway. If they're shaky enough that their profit margin relies on those abatements, I have 3 words for you. Milford South Elementary. If the abatement goes to businesses, you're essentially increasing the business owner's margin while putting some of the tax burden on individual employees in the form of the RETA payroll tax. These employees, in most cases, are making $11 to $12 an hour, or $11 to $20 an hour. And the rest of us that own property are carrying the burden in increased property tax. And you're going to say, tax abatement doesn't increase your property tax. Yes, it does. And this is how it does it. Money is fungible. Simple math. Let's say there's 90 residents or taxpayers and the total tax collected or needed is $10,000. Everyone pays $112. And then you add 10 taxpayers, but they get abatement. The need for the $10,000 doesn't change, but now 90 residents are paying $112 while 10 pay nothing. Whereas if everyone paid their fair share of the $10,000, the tax burden could be lowered to $100. In actuality, the burden increases because more businesses and more people mean more service of all types. And those 10 new taxpayers aren't going to be paying for it for 15 years. And in 15 years, you know those levies are going to come up for renewal. And they're going to say, oh, we need to increase the millage a little bit because the services have increased and because the people have increased. Well, you just brought all these people in that you're giving services to, or businesses and you're giving services to, that aren't paying for it. So, as a council, you're here to serve your constituents. That's residents. There are residents that have their small businesses in town, not just downtown. The city consists of stuff other than those few blocks downtown. You serve them and at their pleasure. The constituents aren't the big businesses. They're not the big developers or even the medium-sized developers. And it isn't the city manager for you elected people. He's not your constituent. He's essentially your employee. And if any of those happen to be residents, they're just one vote like us, okay? If Milford is a community, and assuming you want Milford to be a community, then in a community, everyone does their share, everyone pays their share. Tax abatement is morally wrong. It's wrong to make the rest of us pay for others so that others can profit. I don't believe it should be legal for our or any local government to offer abatement. Maybe the city charter should be amended to set that as law. Development would go a lot easier and faster if developers know up front that they're not going to be able to hold out for an abatement. So, and then the last part I wasn't going to say until the fiasco that started to solve today. And I don't know what the issue is, but get your act together with regards to meetings, agendas, etc. Publish an agenda the week before, stick to it. The mere appearance of impropriety does not look good for the city. Okay. People are cynical about government in general. So there's a lot of people out there now, and I've heard it because I walk around places other than just downtown in my own neighborhood. And, you know, basically they're saying where there's smoke, there's fire. And this looks really bad this last month or two. And that's all I have.
Mark Laurie on right up the road here. This is that way, Center Street, 926 Center Street. First, you know, this is a great honor to be able to speak here. And my hat is off to all. I have full respect for everybody up here. In fact, you know, a friend of mine who didn't, I guess he didn't know me well enough, he suggested that I should run for council. And my answer to him was not only no, was hell no. I wouldn't want your job, you know. I have one issue, and so I'll make this short. On this management essentials thing here, we've called it a rookie mistakes. We call it lack of trust, non-professionalism. I have one thing just stands out to me. Some of you are business owners. I think would understand what I'm saying. He lied to me. He lied to all of you. He lied to all of us. I don't really care that he put a picture with his AI, you know? I think, you know, in management, we should be using AI, you know? There's probably good uses for it. So I got no problem with that. My issue is, when confronted, he clearly stated that, oh no, it was not AI, that was Lightroom. And any photographer who's knows anything about photography knows that Lightroom has been used for 20 years for any photographer who knows anything about photography, and it doesn't add things. Well, wait a minute, you're lying to me. That was AI that was adding swimming pools to Milford and in buildings where there aren't buildings and driveway skirts where there aren't driveway skirts. That was AI. And I'm not complaining about AI. I'm complaining that he lied to me blatantly that it was not he said it was not AI, and there was no apology. You know, before the meeting, I said something to Jamie Mills out here, and he took it wrong. He understood that he made a mistake. He came right back to me a few minutes later, and he apologized. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said. So this guy, I cannot trust this guy. I wouldn't do business with somebody if once you lied to me, you know. I won't name any specific businesses, but there's places I won't go back. So I see this not as rookie mistakes. I see this as a character issue. I believe a lot in character. So I understand that you guys have worked with him and trust him, but there's a lot of people here that don't. I saw him lie to me. I saw Tricky Dick Nixon look me in the eye and said, I am not a crook, you know?
Now, I know what that reference is. I don't know that she was talking about those young
Yeah, right.
people in the back.
Okay. I should have said, I've been here for 42 years, and I've been alive for a lot of years and that, so some of you might not know what I'm talking to. So I just recommend to you that you not engage further into business to somebody that demonstrates a lack of trust and is not willing to apologize when he's blatantly made a mistake. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, Brendan Rowell, 3000 Water Street. So I mentioned some of this last time, but since it wasn't recorded, I'll mention some of that again, and then I'll add some flavor as well. So I moved to Milford 3 years ago. I graduated university with my engineering degree and was looking to get a job. Ended up getting a job in Cincinnati. To be honest, I didn't know exactly where Cincinnati was. I definitely could not spell it, but I needed to find a place to live somewhere in Cincinnati. So what do I do as a young 20s, young professional looking for a place to live? I go online, of course, right? The Milford page back then was fine. I could see the things that were in Milford. I could see myself living there. Oh, you know, all these amenities and things. Oh, it's really close to the bike trail. Amazing. Things like that. If I had been looking now to move and I was in that position now, I would not be living in Milford, because I would have looked at your Facebook page. I would have saw, honestly, the AI slop that is on your Facebook page, and then, of course, read the comments and see that the person running the page is being rude to the people that are there. I would not have moved to Milford. I would have moved elsewhere. There's other places that are have the amenities that I'm looking for. So. Leaving that aside, I was also here a couple weeks ago. John Lucas mentioned that he would be here tonight to give us proof and substantiation on the claims that he had given. I don't see John Lucas in the room tonight. John Lucas mentioned last time, and this is a separate point, that he wanted you to go out and get quotes for other companies, which you did, and I appreciate that you all did that. He mentioned that those quotes would come back 4 to 5 times higher than what he was offering. You can look at your packet. I don't think that that was true in the slightest. So, next point. John Lucas has been running the Facebook page, and according to the people, a lot of us in this room, a lot of the people on social media, has not been doing a fantastic job at that. I am very confused as to the scope of which you are trying to hire him for his new expanded role. It's very confusing, because if I had someone who was a poor chef, I would not hire them as my lawyer. So why? So if I have someone who is poor at marketing and is using AI to do the marketing for them, and then backpedals on issues that are coming up on the comments and cannot think before they're acting on the social media posts, then why would you hire them to make 5-minute backroom discussions when they can't think before they act on organizational development, on professional development, which they have not even proved they can even do marketing? So it's confusing. Like, are you looking for a marketing person, or are you looking for a professional development person? Because I don't think that those should be one and the same person. It sounds like two different roles. And someone previously had given a very good comment that you should find someone more my age to run your social media, because let's be honest, we grew up on it, we know how to run it, we would do a better job at it, probably for a cheaper price, because we run it. So if you're looking for someone for marketing, I would be looking elsewhere. If you're looking for someone for organizational development skills, I would again be looking elsewhere at someone maybe on your list. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth Roa, and I live right down the street on Forest. I came tonight to talk about this company that we're looking at hiring. And I wanted to say exactly what Brennan said. Why are we looking at one company to do all of this when they haven't done the first thing that they did for us very well? I think that having the training in place is a wonderful idea. I think it will help do everything you want to do and move your group forward and help you all do better and succeed. But I'll be very short because Brennan said everything I really wanted to say, but I think you should explore other companies and divvy the work up. It's not all the same work. I agree. I would not hire a chef to be my lawyer.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name's Kim Hartley. I'm a resident of 152 Mound. I have a question. I think we've all seen some really great development and some not so great development in the city. My concern, and I think the concern of some of my neighbors, stems from some of the images that were at the State of the City address, specifically the very large mixed-use developments along Main Street, but even more concerning for some of us is along the riverfront. Ms. Richardson said earlier there's a perception, she believes there's a perception issue. I think there is sort of a mistrust issue right now in the city a little bit between the residents and council. And these agenda items coming up and changing is feeding into those perceptions, to be honest. So I come to or watch pretty much all of the council meetings, and I try to stay as up to date as I can. It's hard not to see some of the things with the help me with the acronym CRV. CRA. It's hard not to be concerned that that is trying to pave the way for some of these massive developments that I know a lot of residents have concerns about. So my question to you is, how can you help us? How can we better communicate with transparency so that I don't want to have to come to a meeting that's full of people. There's normally not nearly this many people here. To make sure that you all understand how, me and some of my neighbors feel about developments. Would those contracts go into executive session? Would they be discussed publicly? Would there be notice that there's those, that those massive developments, or any tax abatement? Because really tax abatement affects all of us, our emergency services, our schools, and our residents. So can anyone speak to that?
I mean, I don't mind, but yes, yes to all of it. Any development would go through the channels that you would have to do. Again, we discuss at length items that affect residents. We discuss those. But when it comes to development, there are a series of channels, and those would all be, brought out in public, whether it's, again, planning, zoning, anything that you saw during the State of the City were hypotheticals. There is no contract. There has been no, those are all things that could potentially be developed down there. Some will like it, some won't. I acknowledge that, but they would go through those channels. And again, I pride myself with having my phone number on the website, my personal cell phone. So I'm happy to discuss anything. So I think we're all, available if you have additional concerns. Again, whether we always agree on everything, that's, that's okay. But I certainly don't mind ever hearing from anyone. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate the perception issue.
Sure.
The perception is that
I appreciate you being here.
These things happen sequentially, and it doesn't feel coincidental. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just want to ask a question.
Come up to the microphone.
Yeah.
Everybody can hear you.
Come on up. Please state your name, address.
My name is Kim Gray, and I live at 155 Miami Lakes Drive.
All right.
My question is to Benjamin. Why do you feel so strongly about Josh Lucas? About what you want him to do in those 4 areas?
Yeah, so John's been part of our team for about 6 months, and he's part of our staff meetings. He's part of some of this, our visioning for not only marketing but some of the other operations. And he's shown that he can think outside the box, that he can be collaborative, and I think that he will do an excellent job with some of those items. In terms of his previous work, you look at Child Focus, he's had a lot of success with Child Focus in a very similar role, and for that reason I think that he can continue those efforts here.
And how big is Child Focus?
I do not know that off the top of my head.
It's countywide, so, yeah.
So how many department heads, those kind of things is he dealing with there?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Yeah.
Has he done any other work outside of Child Focus that is in the same realm that you're talking about?
He has.
So he's developed leaders from point A to point D, or if you're at B and want to go to F, he has a track record with bringing people up, developing them?
Correct. So we've got another one from Harper's 47. There's another case study that was sent to me for Savor Seasonings down in Batavia. So there's been quite a few examples for that.
Okay. But why do you personally want him? And the reason I'm asking that is when you get coaching is a relationship between you and your coach. So basketball coaches, football coaches can get things out of people, and that's why they have success. And they do different things with different players. Mm-hmm. My question to you, because you're wanting this for you, what does he have that you feel is going to help you?
So once again, I think that we are, based off of how he's been integrated into our operations, he thinks very similar. He understands the impact that he'll make on the organization. He's very vested in our community. And based off of the experience that I've seen with some of these other companies, I think he'll be a tremendous asset. And to your point with the coaches, having that outside angle at things gives a different angle because we don't have all the answers. And having another person to provide advice and guidance to navigate some of these issues, or even on the positive note, we can all learn from that.
To answer your question about child focus, they referenced 20 department heads in their letter of reference.
Thank you. This is an offshoot question, but how long is the contract for the marketing that he has?
That's a month-to-month as well.
So that could have been terminated.
Could.
All of his contracts are month-to-month, correct?
So have you guys talked about that in regards to all the turmoil that's happened about how he's been handling the marketing, looking for somebody different?
No. I think that we can make changes in the immediate future that will help a lot of the issues at hand, and that's going to be a constant evaluation, is just like everything we do.
So-
We're always trying to be better.
As far as with the city goes, most cities handle their marketing within a marketing department that is run in the city by a city employee. Is that not something that Milford is looking at, instead of having outside contractors who, to be honest, an outside contractor that runs your marketing can walk away with everything they've built? Meaning everything that they've made for you, that they've marketed, they can take with them versus it staying with the city. So have you ever given, and I'm not asking for an answer, I'm just saying, is that something that this city is now ready to look at, is building its own marketing department that is going to be...
And I'll just answer. So yes, but again, that comes at an additional cost. And when the proposal was made, we felt that it was within our capabilities and cost-wise to be able to enhance our marketing with this contract. Now, would I desire to have a full-time marketing person? Absolutely. But that, again, comes at an additional cost, too. But, and I believe Mr. Lucas, when he made his proposals, everything, part of his spiel was as he coaches up, or even marketing for that matter, there'll become a time where we don't need him. And I believe that that contract is written so that on a month-to-month case, when that is decided or recommended by Benjamin and his staff, we would certainly be able to act on that, so.
Thank you for letting me ask some
No,
questions.
did you drop something there? Something fell.
Yeah, you dropped.
Yeah. Is that, I don't know if that's yours or not.
Could be the clicker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, now you
Now
did
you
drop
dropped your glasses.
Now you did drop
Glasses.
your glasses. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Comedy of errors.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Hello.
Hello, I'm Amber Hassman. I live at 146 Cleveland Avenue. Just want to say, first and foremost, thank you all for doing the jobs that you do. I know it's not easy. Every time you take a walk, you got somebody griping at you about one thing or another, and I know it's not easy. Part of the reason I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But all this to say, I want to say thank you for trying to see the future of Milford and wanting to kind of step into that direction and make sure that the future's insured, that that we're making sure enough of a solid system is in place that anybody that comes in after retirees, you know, is set up. That it's kind of like a mentorship. It kind of sounds like is what your goal is. Is that right?
Succession plan. Is that what
Succession
there you
plan,
go.
yeah.
Yes.
So with that, I kind of am just curious. I did not plan on speaking whatsoever. What exactly are the goals for the marketing itself? Like, what were the goals, the list that was given to John to execute?
So I would say that at this point, we probably have had 2 or 3 different sets. We do 100-day goals now, so that way we keep moving as an organization. But a lot of that has to do with the business spotlights, the resident spotlights, coming up with different ways to partner with businesses in town and really to highlight these are the assets that we have or amenities in town. This is what makes our community so great, and that can be done through, if it's showing the parks, if it's the business spotlights, if it's, hey, this resident, you just moved here, you've been here for 85 years, what makes Milford so great? So I would say those are the very high level goals in trying to promote our city.
Okay, fair enough. Because I kind of feel like Milford's reputation speaks for itself a bit. So the fact that our city feels the need to spend really much of any money on pushing ourselves out there, there are so many local shop owners, high school kids. I mean, the young lady who first got up to talk about getting an internship going, that's free work. And it's something great on a kid's resume. Things like that, there are things that we can do to be more cost effective, because in the last few years, we've lived here for going on 11 years, and it just feels like we're hemorrhaging money at this point, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And it just feels like we need to be more conscientious about how we do things. Like, for example, my husband's #1 gripe is that as soon as we repave a road, somebody has to come up and dig it up and fix right? Is it just me? I don't know. But it just seems like there are so many things that it's like putting the cart before the horse in a lot of circumstances that we've kind of seen. And we would just really like to see that kind of change. Kind of, again, checks and balances and making sure if this is a plan for this, do we have any sewer work that has to happen before we repave that road? But yeah, I think that was about it. Oh, and please no tax abatements. Come on. It doesn't make sense for the people who live here. It's not a taking care of your residents. Yeah, other than that, thank you for listening to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Sund, 115 Main Street.
And
again.
just, Mark, I will allow this, but for the future, if you would have him, he should either submit it or something. So, like I said, I know Corey, and I'm more than happy to have you.
Do you want me to email it all?
Yeah, the email would, and that way Jackie, then, if you're not going to be here, typically, that's what they would do.
Okay.
So,
Can we hear it, though?
yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
all right.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just
I
asking.
understand.
yeah.
You're saying there's alternative vehicles for doing it. If you can't show up, you can
Correct,
send it.
correct,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
very good. So this is from Corey Schultz, a resident of Milford. He lives on Worcester Pike, just across the bridge. I'm sorry, I don't know the address. So he says, and his views are maybe similar to mine, but these are not my words and not necessarily exactly what I would say, but I told him I'd pass this on. He says a general spike in social media engagement driven by a higher volume of content does not inherently warrant praise. Furthermore, the reliance on AI-generated content comes across as unpolished and unnecessary. Additionally, I think it's a must to look at the budget, how much funding has been directed toward paid promotions. Boosting posts to generate clicks and activities is an easy way to artificially pump up engagement metrics and is a lot different than natural activity. As someone who has actively assisted small businesses in the community with content creation, I do not believe the quality of this work warrants a contract extension for the city of Milford for marketing. Much of the content looks like someone walking around with a phone camera, throwing videos onto a basic compilation, adding a watermark and calling it a day. While the drone shots of our town are beautiful, they have become a creative crutch. On Instagram, a prime platform for engagement, photos are improperly cropped and the lighting and positioning in videos often look amateur. Ultimately, the execution of this plan feels less like a city manager effectively leading his city and more like a friend doing a favor for a friend. That's from Corey Schultz.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Olbrick, and I live at 921 Forest Avenue, right down the road here. And I just got kind of a side note to all this, and my concern is when I hear marketing and embedding in within the city, and my question is about privacy, and it has to do with the personal information of residents of the city of Milford. And I would just like to be assured that my personal information is not going to be made available to any type of a marketing program that we have, in as much as that, I just don't want to be getting, letters from people wanting to sell me windows and texts from people wanting to offer me half the value of my house. So I would just like to make sure that the city takes that into account if you're talking about embedding a marketing professional in with the city, what type of information they will be privy to and how that information can be disseminated and used. That's all I really had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Has everyone had a ample opportunity? All right. Thank you all. Again, I thank everyone for coming here tonight. I need to find my place here. Do we have a motion to adjourn our
Motion
committee
to
as a whole?
adjourn committee of the whole and return to the regular city council
All right.
meeting.
So
Second.
moved. Oh, yeah, second. Yeah, no, go ahead. I don't second. Yeah, yeah. Can we just have the roll for this?
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
All right. That moves us to ordinances and resolutions.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 26-465, an ordinance repealing ordinance 26-435 and authorizing city manager to enter into an agreement with Bush for safety and modernization upgrades to the City Hall elevator. Whereas the City of Milford has experienced continuous safety hazards and operational failures with the elevator located at the City Administration Building, and whereas the City of Milford needs to upgrade the elevator to provide consistent performance and to comply with ADA compliance measures, whereas by Ordinance 26-435, the City of Milford previously awarded the contract to another contractor, but due to unforeseen price increases and proposal flaws, Milford sought out new quotes for the project. And whereas city staff has identified Bush as the most cost-effective provider, noting its established track record of reliability and service, now therefore be it ordained by the Council of Municipality of Milford, Ohio, Section 1. City manager is hereby authorized to engage with Bush for professional or expert personal services concerning the safety and modernization upgrades for City Hall elevator at a cost not to exceed $90,449 per the attached quote. The quote is attached and fully incorporated by reference under and in accordance with Section 12.03 of the Milford City Charter. Competitive bidding is not required under Section 11.09 of the City Charter because this purchase is for professional or expert personal services necessary to upgrade the City Hall elevator due to safety concerns and ADA requirements. Section 2, under and in accordance with Sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
Second.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-465, an ordinance repealing ordinance 26-435 and authorizing city manager to enter into an agreement with Bush for safety and modernization upgrades to the City Hall elevator.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-466, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with the Claremont County Board of Commissioners and Claremont County Engineer in the amount of $238,076.82 to participate in the 2026 Claremont County Road Resurfacing Program. Now therefore be it ordained by the Council of the Municipality of Milford, Ohio, Section 1. The Council of the City of Milford hereby authorizes the city manager to enter into an agreement with Claremont County Board of Commissioners and the Claremont County Engineer in the amount of $238,076.82 to participate in the 2026 Claremont County Road Resurfacing Program. The terms and conditions of this agreement are fully incorporated by reference under and in accordance with Section 12.03 of the Milford City Charter. Section 2, under and in accordance with Section 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
Second.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-466, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with the Claremont County Board of Commissioners and Claremont County Engineer in the amount of $238,076.82 to participate in the 2026 Claremont County Road Resurfacing Program.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-469, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Adlita Inc. for the replacement of the Chamber Drive catch basin. Now therefore be it ordained by the council of the municipality of Milford. The council of the city of Milford hereby authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute an agreement with Adlita Inc. for the Chamber Drive catch basin project at a price not to exceed $20,000. Section 2, the council of the city of Milford deems this project a necessity to address imminent safety concerns with the deteriorating catch basin. Section 3, pursuant to and in accordance with Section 12.07 and 12.05 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance will become effective immediately upon its passage by city council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
Second.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-469, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Adlita Inc. for the replacement of the Chamber Drive catch basin.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-468, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Atkins and Stang for the 5 Points Landing electrical upgrades. Whereas Atkins and Stang intends to place electrical outlets along the sidewalk within 5 Points Landing Park to better facilitate events within the park. And whereas city staff recommends Atkins and Stang due to the longstanding partnership and quality of services provided by the company. Now therefore be it ordained by the Council of the Municipality of Milford, Ohio, Section 1, the Council of the City of Milford authorizes the city manager to enter into a contract with Atkins and Stang for the electrical upgrades at 5 Points Landing Park at a price not to exceed $17,423. Section 2, under and in accordance with Sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-468, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Atkins and Stang for the 5 Points Landing electrical upgrades.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes. Sorry.
Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-467, an ordinance authorizing an agreement with the Auditor of State for Ohio, Auditor of State of Ohio regarding the audit of the City of Milford, Now therefore be it ordained by the Council of the Municipality of Milford, Ohio, Section 1. The Council of the City of Milford hereby authorizes the city manager to enter into and execute an agreement with Auditor of State of Ohio for the financial compliance audit of the City of Milford in the fiscal year, for the fiscal years 2024 and 2025, for the contract amount of $30,240. The terms and conditions of this agreement are incorporated herein by reference pursuant to and in accordance with Section 12.03 of the Milford City Charter. Section 2, under and in accordance with Sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
Second.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-467, an ordinance authorizing an agreement with Auditor of State of Ohio regarding the audit of the City of Milford.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Resolution 2026-676, a resolution implementing sections 3735.65 through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code, establishing and describing the boundaries of the City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area, number 1, downtown, in the City of Milford, Ohio, and repealing the prior CRA resolution. Whereas this council of the City of Milford, the city desires to pursue all reasonable and legitimate incentive measures to assist and encourage development in the city, which has suffered from a lack of reinvestment from remodeling or new construction. And whereas pursuant to Section 373566 of the Ohio Revised Code, a survey of housing has been prepared with respect to the proposed City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area Number 1, City of Milford CRA Number 1, downtown, and is set forth in Exhibit B attached here to and incorporated herein. And whereas the maintenance of existing structures and the construction of new structures in the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown would serve to encourage the economic stability, maintain real property values, and generate new employment opportunities in the city. And whereas the remodeling of existing structures or the construction of new structures in the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown constitutes a public purpose for which real property exemptions may be granted. And whereas this council previously adopted Resolution Number 277 adopted May 6, 1986, as amended by Resolution Number 96-394 adopted September 3, 1996, and Resolution Number 98-421 adopted May 5, 1998, collectively the prior CRA resolution, and now desires to repeal the prior CRA resolution in connection with the creation of the City of Milford CRA as provided herein. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Milford, Ohio, with at least a majority of the members elected thereto concurring. Section 1, that this council hereby accepts and adopts the housing survey and finds that the area designated as the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown is an area in which housing facilities or structures of historical significance are located, in which new construction or repair of existing facilities has been discouraged. Section 2, pursuant to Section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown is hereby established in the following described area. The boundaries of the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown are as depicted on the map attached here to as Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference. Only properties consistent with the applicable zoning regulations and variances thereto within the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown will be eligible for exemption. Section 3. All properties identified in Exhibit A as being within the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown are eligible for real property tax exemptions. This proposal is a public-private partnership intended to promote and expand conforming uses in the designated area. As part of the project, the city has previously and intends to further undertake supporting public improvements in the designated area. Section 4, within the City of Milford CRA Number 1 downtown, the percentage of the tax exemption on the increase in the assessed valuation resulting from improvements to commercial and industrial real property and the term of those exemptions shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of construction and remodeling occurring according to the rules outlined in 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. The results of the negotiation, as approved by this council, will be set in writing in a community reinvestment agreement, area agreement as outlined in Section 3735.671 of the Ohio Revised Code. For residential property, a tax exemption on the increase in the assessed valuation resulting from the improvements as described in 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code shall be granted upon application by the property owner and certification thereof by the designated housing officer as set forth herein. Section 5, that the construction of the new structures and the remodeling of existing structures are hereby determined to be a public purpose for which exemptions from real property taxation may be granted for the following percentages and periods. A, 15 years for the remodeling of every residential dwelling containing not more than 2 family units and upon which the cost of remodeling is at least $5,000 as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each 15 years. B, 15 years for the remodeling of every residential dwelling containing more than 2 family units and upon the cost of remodeling is at least $10,000 as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. C, 15 years for the construction of every new residential dwelling as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. D, up to 15 years and up to 100% for the remodeling of every commercial or industrial structure and upon which the cost of remodeling is at least $10,000 as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, the term percentage of which shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of remodeling occurring at E, up to 15 years and up to 100% for the construction of every new commercial or industrial structure, determined percentage of which shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of construction occurring. In the case of an exemption described in subsection A, B, or D of this Section 5, this council may designate a structure eligible for an exemption hereunder as a structure of historical or architectural significance if such structure is a certified historic structure that has been subject to federal tax treatment under 26 U.S.C. 47 and 170 small h, and units within such structure have been leased to individual tenants for 5 consecutive years, in which case the applicable exemption may be extended for up to an additional 10 years as determined by this council. For purposes of Section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, a structure or remodeling composed of multiple units is classified as a commercial project unless otherwise classified by resolution or ordinance adopted by this council. Section 6, all commercial and industrial projects shall pay an application fee of $1,500 to the city unless such fee is waived. Section 7, to administer and implement the provisions of this resolution, the city manager and city manager's designee is designated as a housing officer as described in sections 3735.65 through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 8, this council reserves the right to reevaluate the designation of the city of Milford number 1 downtown at any time, at which time council may direct the housing officer not to accept any new applications for exemption as described in 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 9, pursuant to 3735.69 of the Ohio Revised Code, there is hereby established by the City of Milford number 1 Downtown Housing Council, consisting of 2 members appointed by the mayor, 2 members appointed by this council, and 1 member appointed by the Planning Commission. The majority of the members shall then appoint 2 additional members who shall be residents of the city. Terms of the members of the Housing Council shall be for 3 years. An unexpired term resulting from a vacancy in the Housing Council shall be filled in the same manner as the initial appointment was made. The Housing Council shall make an annual inspection of the properties within this code. Section 10, in order to comply with the provisions of Section 5709.85 of the Ohio Revised Code, the city has previously established a tax incentive review council in connection with the granting of other tax incentives authorized under the Ohio Revised Code. The tax incentive review council shall review annually the compliance of all agreements involving the granting of exemptions for commercial or industrial real property improvements under Section 3735.671 of the Ohio Revised Code within the city of Milford, CRA number 1 downtown, and make written recommendations to this council as to continuing, modifying, or terminating any such agreement based upon the performance thereof. The Tax Incentive Review Council shall also undertake any additional duties and responsibilities set forth in Section 5709.85 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 11, the clerk of council is hereby directed and authorized to submit a copy of this resolution to the director of the Ohio Department of Development to register the city of Milford, CRA number 1 downtown. Section 12, the resolution number 277 adopted May 6, 1986 is amended by resolution 96-394 adopted September 3, 1996, and is further amended by resolution number 98-421 adopted May 5, 1998. Collectively, the prior CRA resolution is hereby repealed, provided that exemptions previously granted pursuant to prior CRA resolution shall continue to be effective through the applicable years for which they were previously granted. Section 13, that it is found and determined that all formal actions of this council concerning and related to the adoption of this resolution were adopted in the open meeting of this council, and that all deliberations of this council and of any of its committees that resulted in such formal action were in meetings open to the public in compliance with all legal requirements, including Section 121.22 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 14, under and in accordance with Sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this resolution shall become effective immediately upon its passage by this council.
My only regret is that's a resolution that only requires 1 reading, or else I would make you go through all that again. Motion, in all seriousness, motion to adopt.
Second.
Yeah, you'll get your wish.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
I want to say I did hear residents, and I want to be intentional about development. I think we all do, but yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Resolution number 2026-677, a resolution implementing sections 3735.65 through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code, establishing and describing the boundaries of the City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area number 2, River's Edge, in the City of Milford, Ohio. Whereas this council of the City of Milford, Ohio, the city desires to pursue all reasonable and legitimate incentive measures to assist and encourage the development in the city which has suffered from a lack of reinvestment from remodeling or new construction. And whereas pursuant to Section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, a survey of housing has been prepared with respect to the proposed City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area number 2, River's Edge, the City of Milford CRA number 2, River's Edge, and is set forth in Exhibit B attached hereto and incorporated herein. And whereas the maintenance of existing structures and the construction of new structures in the City of Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge, would serve to encourage economic stability, maintain real property values, and generate new employment opportunities in the city. And whereas the remodeling of existing structures, the construction of new structures in the Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge, constitutes a public purpose for which real property exemptions may be granted. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Milford, Ohio, with at least a majority of the members elected thereto concurring. Section 1, that this council hereby accepts and adopts the housing survey and finds that the area designated by the City of Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge, is an area in which housing facilities or structures of historical significance are located, in which new construction or repair of existing facilities has been discouraged. Pursuant to Section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, the City of Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge, is hereby established in the following described area. The boundaries of the City of the Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge, are depicted on the map attached to as Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference. Only properties consistent with the applicable zoning regulations and variances thereto within the City of Milford, CRA number 2, will be eligible for exemption. Section 3, all properties identified in Exhibit A as being within the City of Milford CRA number 2, River's Edge, are eligible for real property tax exemptions. This proposal is a public-private partnership intended to promote and expand conforming uses in the designated areas. As part of the project, the city has previously intends and to further undertake supporting public improvements in the designated area. Section 4. Within the City of Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge, the percentage of the tax exemption on the increase in the assessed valuation resulting from improvements to commercial and industrial real property in the term of those exemptions shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of the construction or remodeling occurring according to the rules outlined in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. The results of this negotiation, as approved by this council, will be set in writing in the community reinvestment area as outlined in Section 3735.671 of the Ohio Revised Code. For residential property, a tax exemption on the increase in the assessed valuation resulting from the improvements as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code shall be granted upon application by the property owner and certification thereof by the designated housing officer set forth herein. Section 5, that the construction of the new structures and the remodeling of existing structures are hereby determined to be a public purpose for which exemptions from real property taxation may be granted for the following percentages and periods. A, 15 years for the remodeling of every residential dwelling containing not more than 2 family units and upon the cost of remodeling is at least $5,000 as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. B, 15 years for the remodeling of every residential dwelling containing more than 2 family units and upon which the cost of remodeling is at least $10,000 as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. C, 15 years for the construction of every residential dwelling as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. D, up to 15 years and up to 100% of the remodeling of every commercial and industrial structure upon which the cost of remodeling is at least $10,000 as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, the determined percentage of which shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of the remodeling occurring. And E, up to 15 years and up to 100% for the construction of every new commercial or industrial structure, the determined percentage of which shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of construction occurring. In the case of an exemption described in subsection A, B, or D of this Section 5, this council may designate a structure eligible for an exemption thereunder as a structure of historical or architectural significance if such structure is a certified historic structure that has been subject to federal tax treatment under 26 U.S.C. 47 and 170H, and units within such structure have been leased to individual tenants for 5 consecutive years, in which case the applicable exemption may be extended for up to an additional 10 years as determined by this council. For the purposes of Section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, a structure or remodeling composed of multiple units is classified as a commercial project unless otherwise classified by resolution or ordinance adopted by this council. Section 6, all commercial and industrial projects shall pay an application fee of $15 to the city unless the fee is waived. Section 7, to administer and implement the provisions of this resolution, the city manager's designee is designated as the housing officer as described in Sections 3735.65 and through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 8, this council reserves the right to reevaluate the designation of the City of Milford CRA number 2 River's Edge at any time, at which time council may direct the housing officer not to accept any new applications for exemptions as described in Section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 9, pursuant to Section 3735.69 of the Ohio Revised Code, there is hereby established the City of Milford CRA number 2 River's Edge Housing Council. The Housing Council consisting of 2 members appointed by the mayor, 2 members appointed by this council, and 1 member appointed by the Planning Commission. A majority of the members shall then appoint 2 additional members who shall be residents of the city. Terms of the members of the Housing Council shall be for 3 years. An unexpired term resulting from a vacancy in this Housing Council shall be filled in the same manner as the initial appointment was made. The Housing Council shall make an annual inspection of the properties within the City of Milford CRA number 2 River's Edge for which an exemption has been granted under Sections 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. The Housing Council shall also hear appeals under Section 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 10, in order to comply with the provisions of Section 5709.85 of the Ohio Revised Code, the city has previously established a tax incentive review council in connection with the granting of other tax incentives authorized under the Ohio Revised Code. The tax incentive review council shall review annually the compliance of all agreements involving the granting of exemptions for commercial and industrial real property improvements under Section 3735.671 of the Ohio Revised Code within the City of Milford, CRA number 2 River's Edge, and make written recommendations to this council as to the continuing, modifying, or terminating any such agreement based upon the performance thereof. tax exempt review council shall also undertake any additional duties and responsibilities set forth in section 570985 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 11, that the clerk of council is hereby directed and authorized to submit a copy of this resolution to the director of the Ohio Department of Development to register the city of Milford, CRA number 2, River's Edge. Section 12, that it is found and determined that all formal actions of this council concerning and relating to the adoption of this resolution were adopted in an open meeting of this council, and all deliberations of this council and of any of its committees that resulted in such formal action were in meetings open to the public in compliance with all legal requirements, including section 121.22 of the Ohio Revised Code. Under the course of sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this resolution shall become effective immediately upon its passage by this council.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Resolution number 2026-678, a resolution implementing sections 373560 through 373570 of the Ohio Revised Code, establishing and describing the boundaries of the City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area, number 3 in the City of Milford, Ohio. Whereas this council of the City of Milford, Ohio desires to pursue all reasonable and legitimate incentive measures to assist and encourage development in the city, which has suffered from a lack of reinvestment from remodeling or new construction. And whereas pursuant to section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, a survey of housing has been prepared with respect to the proposed City of Milford Community Reinvestment Area number 3, and is set forth in Exhibit B attached hereto and incorporated herein. And whereas the maintenance of existing structures and the construction of new structures in the City of Milford, CRA number 3, would serve to encourage economic stability, maintain real property values, and generate new employment opportunities in the city. And whereas remodeling of existing structures and the construction of new structures in the City of Milford, CRA number 3, constitutes a public purpose for which real property exemptions may be granted. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Milford, Ohio, with at least a majority of the members elected thereto concurring section 1, that this council hereby accepts and adopts this housing survey and finds that the area designated as the City of Milford, CRA number 3, is an area which housing facilities or structures of historical significance are located, and which a new construction or repair of existing facilities has been discouraged. Section 2, pursuant to section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, the City of Milford, CRA is hereby established in the following described area. The boundaries of the City of Milford, CRA number 3 are as depicted in the map attached hereto as Exhibit A and incorporated herein by reference. Only properties consistent with the applicable zoning regulations and variances thereto within the City of Milford, CRA number 3 will be eligible for exemptions. Section 3, all properties identified as Exhibit A as being within the City of Milford, CRA number 3, are eligible for real property tax exemptions. This proposal is a public-private partnership intended to promote and expand conforming uses in the designated area. As part of this project, the city has previously and intends to further undertake supporting public improvements in the designated area. Section 4, within the City of Milford, CRA number 3, the percentage of the tax exemption on the increase in the assessed valuation resulting from improvements to commercial and industrial real property and the terms of those exemptions shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of construction or remodeling occurring according to the rules outlined in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. The results of the negotiation, as approved by this council, will be set in writing in a community reinvestment area agreement as outlined in section 3735.671 of the Ohio Revised Code. For residential property, a tax exemption on the increase in the assessed valuation resulting from the improvements as described in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code shall be granted upon application by the property owner and certification thereof by the designated housing officer as set forth herein. Section 5, that the construction of new structures and the remodeling of existing structures are hereby determined to be a public purpose for which exemptions from real property taxation may be granted for the following percentages and periods. Section A, 15 years for the remodeling of every residential dwelling containing not more than 2 family units and upon the cost of remodeling is at least $5,000 as described in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. B, 15 years for the remodeling of every residential dwelling containing more than 2 family units upon which the cost of remodeling is at least $10,000 as described in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. C, 15 years for the construction of every new residential dwelling as described in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, and with such exemption being 100% for each of the 15 years. D, up to 15 years and up to 100% for the remodeling of every commercial or industrial structure upon which the cost of remodeling is at least $10,000 as described in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code, the determined percentage of which shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of remodeling occurring. And section E, up to 15 years and up to 100% for the construction of every new commercial or industrial structure, the determined percentage of which shall be negotiated on a case-by-case basis in advance of construction occurring. In the case of an exemption described in subsection A, B, or D of this section 5, this council may designate a structure eligible for an exemption thereunder as a structure of historical or architectural significance if such structure is a certified historic structure that has been subject to federal tax treatment under 26 U.S.C. 47 and 170H, and units within such structure have been leased to individual tenants for 5 consecutive years, in which case the applicable exemption may be extended for up to an additional 10 years as determined by this council. For purposes of section 3735.66 of the Ohio Revised Code, structures used for residential purposes and composed of 4 or 4 units shall be classified as residential. Structures used for residential purposes and composed of 5 or more units shall be classified as commercial. Section 6, all commercial and industrial projects shall pay an application fee of $15 to $1,500 to the city unless such fee is waived. Section 7, to administer and implement the provisions of this resolution, the city manager or the city manager's designee is designated as the housing officer as described in sections 3735.65 through 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 8, this council reserves the right to reevaluate the designation of the City of Milford CRA number 3 at any time, at which time the council may direct the housing officer not to accept any new applications for exemptions as described in section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 9, pursuant to section 3735.69 of the Ohio Revised Code, there is hereby established the City of Milford CRA number 3 Housing Council consisting of 2 members appointed by the mayor, 2 members appointed by this council, and 1 member appointed by the Planning Commission. A majority of the members shall then appoint 2 additional members who shall be residents of the city. Terms of the members of the Housing Council shall be for 3 years. An unexpired term resulting from vacancy in the Housing Council shall be filled in the same manner as the initial appointment was made. The Housing Council shall make an annual inspection of the properties within the City of Milford CRA number 3 for which an exemption has been granted under section 3735.67 of the Ohio Revised Code. The Housing Council shall also hear appeals under section 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 10, in order to comply with the provisions of section 5709.85 of the Ohio Revised Code, the city has previously established a tax incentive review council in connection with the granting of other tax incentives authorized under the Ohio Revised Code. The tax incentive review council shall review annually the compliance of all agreements involving the granting of exemptions for commercial or industrial real property improvements under section 3735.671 of the Ohio Revised Code within the City of Milford CRA number 3, and make written recommendations to this council as to continuing, modifying, or terminating any such agreement based upon performance hereof. The Tax Incentive Review Council shall also undertake any additional duties and responsibilities set forth in section 5709.85 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 11, that the clerk of council is hereby directed and authorized to submit a copy of the resolution to the director of the Ohio Department of Development to register the City of Milford CRA number 3. Section 12, that it is found and determined that all formal actions of this council concerning and related to the adoption of this resolution were adopted in an open meeting of this council, and that all deliberations of this council and of any committees that resulted in such formal action were in meetings open to the public in compliance with all legal requirements, including section 121.22 of the Ohio Revised Code. Section 13, under and in accordance with sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this resolution shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-464, an ordinance repealing chapter 167 of the codified ordinances of the City of Milford. Whereas this council previously adopted ordinance number 1059, adopted May 20, 1986, implementing the provisions of section 3735.65 to 3735.70 of the Ohio Revised Code and codifying the provisions of chapter 167 of the City of Milford, Ohio codified ordinances to establish a community reinvestment program and the terms hereof within the City of Milford, Ohio, and now desires to repeal the prior CRA ordinances. Now therefore be it ordained by the Council of the City of Milford, Ohio, with at least a majority of the members elected thereto concurring. Section 1, that chapter 167 of the City of Milford, Ohio codified ordinances is hereby repealed, provided that exemptions previously granted pursuant to the prior CRA ordinances shall continue to be effective through the applicable tax years for which they were granted. Section 2, that it is found and determined that all formal actions of this council concerning and relating to the adoption of this ordinance were adopted in an open meeting of this council, and all deliberations of this council and of any of its committees that resulted in such formal action were in meetings open to the public in compliance with all legal requirements. Section 3, under in accordance with section 12.05 and 12.07 and 12.05 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only.
Second.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Ordinance number 26-464, an ordinance repealing chapter 167 of the codified ordinances of the City of Milford.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Council, on this last one, I just want to make sure I write it correctly because it's different than based on the motion. So what I have for a title is an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Management Essentials for professional services, okay? We're not passing this. I'm reading this to make sure I express the will of council, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let me just read what I have and tell me what I need to change. Whereas the city of Milford plans to engage with Management Essentials for executive coaching. What were the other three? I just don't remember them off the top of my head right now. I'm sorry.
Leadership assessment,
Hold on, Mike, sorry. Or Mr. Brown, thank you.
behavioral interviews, and individual leadership coaching.
Okay. Whereas the city of Milford plans to utilize professional services to further promote operational efficiency and effectiveness. Now therefore be it ordained that we enter into a contract with Management Essentials for 6 months for professional services at a price not to exceed $5,500 per month.
Which can be.
Correct.
You need to put in there that.
A month-to-month basis?
That it is a month-to-month, or whatever the wording is, the correct wording. It's a month-to-month contract at $5,500, not to exceed.
I've got the not to exceed.
Yeah.
So I'm adding this is a month-to-month contract, which can be terminated at any time for any reason.
Correct.
All right. It's handwriting, so, but that's what we have. All right, ordinance number 26-459, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Management Essentials for professional services. Whereas the city of Milford is currently engaged with Management Essentials for marketing and external communication to residents, businesses, and visitors. Whereas the city of Milford plans to engage with Management Essentials for executive coaching for,
City manager.
okay, for leadership assessment, for behavioral interviews and individual leadership coaching. Whereas the City of Milford plans to utilize these professional services to further promote operational efficiency and effectiveness. Now therefore be it ordained by the Council of the Municipality of Milford, Ohio, Section 1, the Council of the City of Milford authorizes the city manager to enter a contract with Management Essentials for 6 months at a cost not to exceed $5,500 a month. This is a month-to-month contract which can be terminated at any time for any reason. Section 2, under and in accordance with sections 12.05 and 12.07 of the Milford City Charter, this ordinance shall become effective immediately upon its passage by City Council.
Motion to suspend the rules and read by title only? Second.
Mr. Parrish?
No.
Mr. Velardo?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Barney?
No.
Mr. Brown?
Just want a point of clarification. I originally wanted 6 more months to evaluate the marketing performance by Mr. Lucas. Based on what I heard tonight, and I wanted 6 more months to evaluate his performance and give him an opportunity to be considered in 6 months for these services. But based on what I heard tonight, I cannot go along with that, so my answer is no.
Ms. Russell?
Yes.
All right, I think I heard 4-3 in
Yes.
favor.
Yes.
All right, ordinance number 26-459, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to contract with Management Essentials for professional services.
Motion to adopt?
What did we just do?
So that was the motion to suspend the
second
rules and read
reading.
by title only that you just did your clarification on?
What did I just?
So you just voted no to not, you voted to not suspend the rules, thereby requesting that there was an additional reading.
Oh.
And then this motion to adopt that's on the floor now would be the one to actually adopt the legislation putting this in place.
That you just responded to.
So there's another vote coming.
Correct. This one's whether or not the ordinance passes.
Okay, all right.
Mr.
I think you have a first.
Made a motion.
Yeah, I think it was second.
I did not second.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Mr. Parrish,
No.
Ms. Russell,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the people that took a big chunk out of their evening to come tonight. And this is hard for me, but what I really needed was John to be here tonight to address the public's concerns. And given his absence, I vote no.
Ms. Cooper,
Yes.
Ms. Barney,
No.
Mr. Brown,
Just to reinforce what I said previously, I believe the professional services support that the city manager is asking for is needed, but I can't support it being done by Management Essentials, based on what I heard tonight. So my answer is no.
Mr. Velardo.
Yes. Fails 4-3.
4-3, that's what I have too. Yep.
All right.
So I'm sorry, it's really late and I suck at math. What, did it just fail 4-3? Is
Yeah,
that
it just
what-
failed
Failed
4-3.
4-3.
Okay.
Any other business? Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Mr. Parrish,
Yes.
Mr. Velardo,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Ms. Barney,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Ms. Russell.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody that came out.
Thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you. Long night. Thank you.